My light's dead. Turn on the cam like, wow, my light's dead. Hold on a second. Why are you off? There it is. There it is. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. What is up, chat? What is up? Andrew at night, yeah. We're gonna do the entire stream without the lights on. There we go. There, I'll just do it like that. We'll just do it live. We'll just do it live. What's up, chat? How's everybody doing? I don't even know where my last chat ended and the new one starts. My gosh. This thing, I needed like a reset for it. What is up? Sergio Donna, what's up? Do halt, I think that's this week. Oh my gosh. Shadow House, Andrew? This actually sounds right. This actually sounds right. What's up, Patches? Hope you're doing well. And it's just for 6 minutes. Dude, I always dread the idea of leaving my stream up on the starting screen for too long. Don't give me more of a complex than I already have. I absolutely hate when I'm watching certain streamers and they start their stream and like freaking 15-20 minutes later they finally show themselves like, dude, you were on like a long time ago. I think some can get away with it. Some can get away with it because they have like a big community, and so they want to get that start up. Everybody hyping it up and getting ready. I can't do that. I hate it. It's mean. Anyways, what is up, guys? It's been a fun week. A lot of stuff happening. I've been like cooking for a while now, wanting to talk about the whole situation with imports. Because I think, was it Japan Post is spinning their stuff as well. All that, was it called Demas on Gratis or whatever crap is happening. So it's like, I don't even know what's going to happen with my Roxy figures. I don't know what's going to happen with my Roxy figures. I'm just going to have to wait until they figure out how to do the tariffs when it imports. But it's whatever. It's whatever. Fell for it again award? Which one? It's called stalling. You can't call it stalling when it happens every single time. That's like it acting like it's some sort of like suspense thing. It's like it happens every single time. What's the suspense? You always know what's gonna happen. It's got to a point where certain people I won't turn on the stream until like 20 minutes in. But anyways, getting back on that discussion. But anyways, nothing really crazy happened over the week except for getting this. I talked about it in one of my previous videos. I got the manga. I had to pick up the manga. Takabe's Original Sin manga. I'm kind of bummed that they did one single volume, because I think this is supposed to be 2 volumes, right? Because one's got her face and one's got Mina's face. I'm guessing at some point it's got a color insert of the other cover. Does it not have the other cover? It doesn't have the other cover? That's stupid. I would have figured there would be like a color insert with the other one. Am I bugging? Yeah, it's omnibus, but like typically whenever the omnibus, they will put the other one in there. Was there not a Marina cover? Maybe that was a fan art. Is there a different ending to it? That's the question mark. I think it's the same ending, isn't it? I'm not going to show it. Don't worry. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. That's all the same. I'm making sure it's not in frame. Make sure it's not in frame. This is all the same. Yeah, it looks like the same ending. I got the impression from somebody that was slightly different. Dude, I want to rewatch this now. I want to rewatch it now. I want to rewatch it now. It's so fucking good, dude. Dude, I hope that comes on Blu-ray quick. I want to buy it. Make a super duper version of it. It was both? Okay. That's what I thought. That sucks. And like I said, typically whenever they do that, they'll have like maybe like the first page is a color insert, and they'll have the other color or the other covers. Andrew's covers. So that sucks. That sucks. Anyways, yes, last week we went on a journey. I talked about the fact that I just got done doing that whole PA Works original series anime talk about. There was a president of PA Works, and they were talking about how originals aren't happening more, and how it's, you know, they're losing their creativity by doing adaptation and whatnot. And it got my mind sparked to wanting to talk about different originals, and so I put together a whole tier list of the last 15 years. And yes, I only went based off of original tags, and so there was that whole issue with some things being multimedia projects or tied to a band or something like that that do not get included. So all those disclaimers like we did last week, but we only got through like half of it. If even half of it. So I thought I would do it again this week and see if we can finish it up. Some bad rankings, some good. They're all perfect rankings. And if any of this is wrong to you, you're wrong. You're wrong. Our favorite original anime comes from to mind are Birdie Wing and Akabemade Wars. Yeah, I wanted to watch more Birdie Wing. I don't think there was anything that was inherently wrong with it. Very like Yakuza underground golfing stuff, which is super weird. But it got a little weird with the whole like underground gambling ring and morphing golf ring. Let's be honest, it gets a little crazy. Maid War, I always tell people watch the first episode. The first episode is just pure brilliance, but the rest of it's okay. The rest of it's okay. It is what it is. Anyways, let's kick things off with Celestial Method, which I don't even think I've finished. Why is it on the list? I don't even think I've finished Celestial Method. Did I finish it? One of the cutest characters ever. I love the character designs in Celestial Method. My gosh, that show had some beautiful shots. But I don't think I finished it. I did not. I dropped it halfway in. Yeah, the girl fair, Noel's so freaking cute, dude. This girl is so freaking cute. Look at this. Look at this. She is like the epitome of cuteness. Look at her. She got everything going. The cute, like, partial pigtail thing going on. Blue hair. Big eyes. She's adorbs. Plus, she has, like, a massive leaf. Anyways. I didn't finish it, so whatever. I don't think it was bad. I'm just going to throw it in C, because I obviously dropped it, so that's a bad thing. So let's put it there. Best Maybe Word episode was the last ones, in my opinion. I mean, that's when it gets, like, super overly serious, and I was like, I don't think it worked for overly serious. A momentary lily in the codes. Stop trolling the chat. Stop trolling the chat. GQoxy, man, this is new. This is too fresh. The wounds for GQoxy is too fresh. What's up with the fan art? I have like two minds with GQX. Like, one half I like the callbacks and the twisting of the original timeline of UC Gundam, but at the same time I acknowledge it as being like trying to do its own thing that didn't really work. Like, I just don't care for any of the new characters, and there was so much focus of the show. They felt like a waste. They really felt like a waste. It felt like its only purpose was to what if. It was a what if story. I still found it enjoyable, though. I would put it like in a B territory. I think it's enjoyable. Definitely should watch if you like UC Gundam. Though I'm sure some of the UC Gundam fans didn't like it. Seriousness worked for me, resulting in one of my the saddest moments in anime. Was it? That's the thing. Like, I didn't get at all emotionally invested in any of it, unfortunately. But I'm happy that people enjoyed it more than I did. Like, that was the whole thing when I started dropping off on the series. I was just happy people were enjoying it. I love originals and that people enjoy the originals. Originals are always hype going in. The coin flip is whether it'll actually be good. It 100%. 100%. There are a lot of originals that have a very strong start. And I think there's always like this toss-up whether or not they stick a landing or if they even go for a landing. I think there's a lot of cases where they have an idea or concept and they just don't know what to do with it. But I mean, that's sort of the problem with like everything. Like manga, it's the case with light novels. We get kind of curated into like the best of the best for adaptations, but there's a lot of adaptations and a lot of source material that are just, they have a great first chapter. That's why we always talk about the 3-episode rule and all that kind of stuff. The first chapter rule. It's like somebody had an incredible idea, and that incredible idea or concept is pretty much hit in that first chapter to grab people's attention, because they want to grab attention within that first volume, that first chapters. And beyond then is always like, okay, then what do you do with it? Oh, this is a cool concept. These mechanics of this world are so freaking cool. What do you do with it? And I think a lot of writers don't know what to do with it. They're good at conceptualizing, but they're not good at narrating. I think that's the best way to put it. They're good at conceptualizing, but they're bad at narrating. I think that's a big issue. Like the show ended perfectly for Vivi. I had my issues with it. But yeah, I did really like Vivi. Food for the Soul. One of the most underrated shows last season. I really like Food for the Soul. It was a nice comfy show. I find this writer, the writer of Nanam Biori, if I remember correctly. The writer for Nanam Biori and Food for the Soul is a very comfy writer. Like, all their characters are very comfy. Their comedy's very comfy. It's always super fun. I don't think I really had a moment in that show that I was really displeased with it. It's just like it's a very good show. Like, it's not incredible. I don't say like, oh my gosh, go watch Food for the Soul. It's just got comfy. It's so comfy. Would I be comfortable with is it comfy enough that I would put it in A? I have too much in A already. I'm putting it tentatively B+. I don't want to overflood A. It discredits a bit. No food show will ever be as good as Food Wars. Dude, Food for the Soul destroys Food War. Food for the Soul absolutely demolishes Food War. Absolutely demolishes it. I'm still gonna make some people angry with that one. Moe cute girls doing cute things and cooking. What little they do in that show, which is probably why I like it so much, destroys Food War. The shonen battler food making show. Maybe sacrilege, but I dropped Food Wars. I did too. They got old for me too. I'm right there with you, Dutch. I am right there with you, Dutch. How far did I get in? How far did I get into Food Wars where I finally dropped it? It unfortunately did. No joke, it did get old for me at some point. Like, I got tired of it. It wasn't really the joke. It is sort of partly the joke. So I watched the first season. I watched the second season. And you can see my rating go down. I like clicking to this and my rating comes down. I think it opens really strong. Like, Food Wars opens really strong. I thought it was a lot of fun. I love Erina. I love Alice. Dude, Mito is so incredible, dude. Mito is so incredible. Then I got into... I did not watch the OVA, apparently, and that looks like an OVA I should have watched. Let's see, go on the next one. Next one. Yeah, third plate didn't really correct it. Same rating. Gosh, how many did I watch? And I didn't watch Totsuki Training Arc. So I stopped watching Food Wars after season 3. Just wasn't working. Wasn't working. No, Erina is not best girl. It's Mito. You spelled Mito wrong. You spelled Mito wrong. I do like Erina though. It got some good girls in there. It got some good girls in there. I always told people, I think there is sort of a problem with me in Food Wars in the fact that I watched Panda. Is it Panda Piece? Is that? It's not Panda Piece, is it? Was the bread show? No, that's not Panda Piece. That was a Moe show, isn't it? What was it called? Yakutate Japan. Why was I thinking Panda Piece? Yakutate Japan. I watched that a while back, and it just felt like Yakutate Japan. Like it literally, if you've ever watched, and Yakutate Japan is like really long. How long is Yakutate Japan? Yeah, 69 episodes. I don't have it marked as watched. I finished Yakutate Japan, didn't I? I feel like my listing here is wrong. I'm pretty 100% sure I finished that show. Yeah, 69 episodes of that show. And it's pretty much the same thing. Like, it's people making food in competition, people eating them, and then having, like, big, massive reactions every single time. And so that I kind of came into Food Wars already kind of fatigued with that whole joke. I don't think it ever gets bad. It's just less hype and doesn't really stick the landing. It's a good ride though. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Yakutate Japan is goated though. Yeah, I really enjoyed it back in the day. I don't remember when I watched it. It was probably, I probably watched Yakutate Japan probably 15 years ago. I think it's right when I got back into anime. After my break. Anyways, side tangenting me with the freaking Food Wars out of nowhere. Food War get a detour out of nowhere. Oh my gosh. Oh shoot. Lazarus. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Of something with this. I'm not like debating where I'm putting or anything. I would say Lazarus is one of the biggest disappointments in anime. When was the last time I had such a massive disappointment as Lazarus? What was a recent, like, oh my gosh, massive disappointment? Anybody that knows me would think that I would be like, yeah, you probably hurt pretty bad with that one. Like, yes, I do hype myself with some stuff, like, oh, this is gonna be super good, and it doesn't turn out to be good. Uzumaki, I had reservations. I don't think that I was hyping myself up. That is a disappointment. You have me there. It was a disappointment. But I think I had a bit of a hesitation there. Episode 1 of Uzumaki was good, and so I did have a little bit of hope. The WEP OVA. Wonder Egg Priority OVA that does not exist. That one, it wasn't really OVA, but that final episode they adapted. Yeah, that was a pretty big disappointment. But no, like Lazarus again having pretty much an insanely stacked team behind it. Again, the creator Cowboy Bebop, doing like choreography from the guy that did like that cool guy movie from the West. I'm blanking on his name right now. It's stacked. The team was stacked. It was not stacked. It was a massive disappointment. I was entertained at times. Yeah, John Wick. It's entertaining at times. Like it's got that fun rompiness to it, but it's just like overall it just feels so soulless. And you've like I call this story from like really early on in it. Me and Earthly had a lot of fun discussions about this show. Like every single week, one of us would watch the episode before the other person and just be like, "Yeah, this is just not getting good. It's still not getting any good." Figured out where he was at from like what was it, episode 3? You literally see him on the screen and they can't freaking find him. And it's like, dude, he's right there. You literally talked to him and you didn't see that he was right there. You could have ended this show like within 3 episodes. It's like so on the nose how dumb the characters are. It had some points in it, but I overall, whatever. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm tired of talking about it. To Be Hero X though is really, really good. To Be Hero X though is really, really good. I'm not gonna put it an S, but I'm very comfy with an A. Yeah, granted, it's still going on. It could totally flatline after this episode. Like, we have what, three more episodes left? It could totally just bomb right now, but I have confidence. I think they're doing really good with it. I'm really enjoying it, and every week I'm pretty hyped for it. It's just a fun show. Like, I think I overcook with it. I do feel like I feel I'm overcooking it quite a bit with certain theories. Like, recent reveals around X did kind of show Andrew chill out a little bit there, but I like the mechanics. I like the whole idea of people making heroes and them being cursed by the value system they have in there. I think it's super interesting. But create some good storylines for characters based on that curse. Absolute cinema S tier. Was last big disappointment Fully Cooley Rouge? I haven't watched that one yet though. Not watching this felt too not anime. I mean, I don't blame you. It's Chinese studios. Chinese studios that do a lot of anime content. Like, big shocker here, unfortunately. For anybody that doesn't know, a lot of this stuff is animated by, you know, studios in China. I mean, it's a common thing, but it's an Aniplex production. I wouldn't blame people for not watching it. Honestly, I'm trying to limit myself to how much like Danhwa and stuff like that I actually watch, just because there's plenty of Japanese animated stuff that I don't really want to get into Chinese animated stuff, but I couldn't resist. Lucky Cyan pulled me in. Lucky Cyan's little PV just absolutely pulled me in. I gotta watch this. I'm sorry. I gotta watch it. Do we call that Chanime? I don't know. I think the official term is Danhwa. Danhwa or something like that. Danhwa? Am I saying that right? Danhwa? Anyways. 3 episodes doesn't seem enough to end the season on. Well, there's supposed to be more. There is supposed to be more. It's just this current run is ending soon. Chanime? T-anime? Chinema? Okay, shut up. I'm gonna legit end up saying something that's actually a derogatory term in China or something like that, and it's gonna be all over. There's gonna be all over after that. Doesn't it refer to the comics? No, that's manhwa. Manhwa. And that's probably what it is the man or versus Dawn is probably drawn or anime. I don't know. I don't know Chinese. Shut up. I'm struggling enough to learn Japanese. I don't need to learn Chinese too. Anyways, Girls und Panzer. I really like Girls und Panzer. Girls und Panzer is super freaking fun. I have not watched really any of the movies yet though, but I feel like there is a hang up with this one though, because I want to say that I had some problem with the first season, or am I misremembering? Girls und Panzer. I feel like there was something about Girls und Panzer that I didn't like. No, I had the first season at 8. Was the movies? No, I think I like the movies too. 7. Not as high, but the specials, I don't think I had the specials. It's just a fun series. It's like just cute girls doing tanks and nothing really besides that. Like, it's not trying too hard to do something else. Like, it's just the girls get in the tanks, they have fun, they shoot each other. It gets super over the top with tanks drifting around each other and shooting each other. About the only thing that's absurd about it is that these girls literally get hit by like shells so hard their tanks flip through the air and roll over, and yet they don't die with inside the tank itself. Like, the impact would have like instantly killed them, but cute little flag pops up, and the girls like come out of the tent going, "Ah, damn it!" It's so freaking dorky. I think the opening sequence of the first episode, if I remember correctly, looks super rough. Like, I did not like that. Like, it's cool, but at the same time, it's like CGI. But other than that, it's like super good. I do like. I'm gonna put it in A. I'm putting it in A. It's a solid A. Girls with tanks is always fun. Manhwa is Korean. It's like they're very similar, aren't they? It's like one was manhwa and one was God, I forget what the other one was. Now y'all have me like second guessing myself. Damn it. Because I have to get this stuff right, because if I don't say it right in my videos, people will go, "Oh my gosh!" I'm confusing it now. Yeah, Korean manhwa is manhwa. And what was the Chinese manhwa? They're so similar. It's not even funny. It's manhwa versus manhwa. It's like a difference between putting the W at the end or not. I hate it all. I hate it all. I hate it all. I don't care. I hate it all. I don't care. Yeah, it's like the difference between like Korean manga is manhwa, HWA. Chinese manga is manhua. So it's like a UA. So it's wa or hua. Manhwa or manhua. It's something like that. My head hurts. My head hurts. Anyways, oh my god. The more you know. So we talking about Girls on Panzer is great. Go watch it. Gargantua and the Virtuous Planet. Gargantua and the Virtuous Planet. I really like this show. The only thing that sucks about it is that there's not more. It needs more. What did I end up ranking it? It's sort of like one of those what if scenarios with mankind, and if I remember correctly, kind of post-apocalyptic in a way. My gosh, do I know how to spell the damn title? Because the search results are really borked. I'm just gonna search for Virtuous Planet. Oh, there it is. Virtuous. That's why I always get wrong. I get Virtuous wrong. I love the main girl, dude. She's super cute. I actually got a Nindroid of her at some point. Yeah, I ranked it pretty high, but not like insanely high. I want to say there's like a point in the show that's kind of shrug. Like, it's got a good opening. You got the guy that doesn't know his past, gets brought in by the group. You get crazy towards the later part, getting into, again, what happened to society, all that kind of crap. I'm gonna put it in B. I'm gonna put it in B. Solid B. Right around the middle. I think it's a solid show. Insert Chinese Tom. Chinese Tom. Korean Swama. Yeah. Lull in the Sea. Lull in the Sea. I actually really liked Lull in the Sea. And, I guess technically I should clarify. Give me 1 second. Put this away for a second. Because I have to... Hey, Yuki. There. Okay, it wasn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be. Didn't want to knock something over. There. full disclosure, I did. I think I got this sent to me. I think I got this sent to me. Not as it matters. This is actually a really, really nice box set. This is one of my favorites. It's actually very well done. Even the top kind of has like a texture to it. This is a really nice box set. They had three discs in there. I don't think I get art in there or not. Focus. 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 This is one of my favorite PA Works titles. Now, visually, this show is absolutely gorgeous. I love the style of it. Under a lot of love of undersea. There's a soundtrack. Focus. Underwater type of setting and everything like that. It really feels like with Aquatope and Lull in the Sea, it feels like PA Works really likes aquariums, which I'm thinking I think the location that they have their studios is near one, isn't it? Or at least it's one of the attractions in location. See if I have any art in here besides character arts. Which I love the character arts. The character arts are freaking great. I like a great character art. Anyways, I love the setting, the concept of two different civilizations, the ones that are underwater and just regular humans. But I can't remember if I was a big fan. I did like where the story goes, but there is sort of like this big time jump in it, and it gets like kind of weird with how like there's a separation of the two groups. In the end, I want to say that I really liked it. Let me see if I have a score on it. This is another one that was like one of the early ones when I came back. I had a 9 out of 10. A 9 out of 10. Liked it a lot. Looking back on it now, do I want to put it S tier? It does get a little bit angsty teenage. It's got some angsty teenage moments in there. But I don't think it ruined it. And that stuff usually ruins it for me. Any Lull in the Sea lovers? Man, I feel like I'm alone on Lull in the Sea. I would put it... I'll put an S. I'll put an S. I like it that much. I think, again, this is one of my favorite PA Works titles. I mean, of the originals. I mean, the Eccentric Family or something. What else did they have? I want to say Eccentric Family is one of the big ones for PA Works, but that's an adaptation. I watched 4 episodes. I'm with you. It was really good. Good. All right. Waifu's Polarols is following me on this. Once a while ago, I really love the series. The time, very interesting too. I did like freezing vibration. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? The times took a little time to get used to. Yeah, I think I was like struggling with a little bit. Lull in the Sea is good. Voiced a big fan of the opening inning. Wasn't a big fan. Oh yeah, I don't remember the OP or ED, so I don't know. Yeah, I want to say there was something about the main character I wasn't a big fan of. It definitely gets into a lot of like, it's a coming of age story. It is a coming of age story where it does have sort of a. I think that's one of the fascinating things about it, if I recall correctly, is it's a coming of age story, but there's sort of like a roadblock in like part of it that kind of messes things up a lot. So it's like, okay, this is how typically people mature and they grow up. Now let's throw a massive wrench in there so that this person trips, but this person doesn't. This person trips and falls on their face. This one trips over the other person's body, but makes it a little bit further. It kind of gets weird. Anyways, that's the best way I can explain it. Puello Magi Madoka Magic, S tier. I had my issues when I watched the TV series. It did not click for me. I rewatched the movie because I ended up buying the actual movie. No. I watched the TV series. Did I watch the movie on Blu-ray? I don't remember. I have the movie, right? I do have... I'm not misremembering. I do have the movie, right? I do. All of it? I do. Okay, I do. I did not misremembering. Yeah. Part 1 and 2. So I did get that. Now, I don't remember if I bought this first or not, because I watched the TV series. I did not like it. And then I went back and I... Turn that down a little bit. I went back and I don't know what got me to watch the movie, because I wasn't a big fan of the TV series. But I went back and I watched the movie, and the movie worked. And I got told several times, especially by Ida, wants to remind me every single time that they're exactly, almost the same, even though there's a little bit of time difference. But I assumed that I wasn't in the mood for the TV series when I watched it. But when I watched the movie, it just clicked for me. Like, it absolutely just clicked for me. Easy S. I meant to go back and, like, side by side to see, like, if it's actually true. There's got to be a reason why the movie worked for me so much more. They may have just altered some scenes or something like that. Anyways, this is Zvezda plot, right? Is it Zvezda plot? Is that how it's said? I forget. World Conquest Zvezda plot. Zvezda plot. I think that's how it's said. Yeah, World Conquest Zvezda plot. There's so much of Zvezda plots that I love. You head dropped almost. Head dropped almost? My head dropped almost. Huh? Oh, okay. I guess I get the joke. If it's a joke about Madoka, I guess. I guess I get it. World Conquest Zvezda plot has, like, so much in it that I absolutely love, and there was, like, so much of it that didn't work for me. I got a massive kick out of the main character, because it's a main character who's, well, not the main character, but the main girl. The main girl is great. She is literally like lolly dominator. I'm going to conquer the world type of thing, and she's so super cute and lolly, but she's supposed to take over the world, and everybody follows her. And they're like almost a fail organization, but I want to say that it kind of dropped off for me at some point. I ended up ranking it at a 5 out of 10 back then. I don't remember how late in the show that it started to kind of drop off for me. But it's a cool concept. It's S tier. I won't put an S tier. I'm not putting an S tier. I'm not putting it in an S tier. I'm gonna put it in B. I'm gonna put like smack dab in the middle, B. It was a fun show. I especially enjoyed the earlier parts of it, but unfortunately, it didn't hold. It didn't hold. But the characters and animation, I'm not gonna hold up that much for that. Now, what I can say holds up in animation is definitely Wizard Barristers. Now, if you ask me of a show with animation that holds up the entire show, that's definitely Wizard Barristers, right? Oh my gosh, Wizard Barristers, my god. The first, like, the opening sequence for Wizard Barristers is like one of the coolest segments ever. And it feels like that's the budget. That was the budget. They put all that budget, that first, like, 5-minute segment, I think it was. Crazy train scene and everything like that. And then just, like, the train derails after that. It's not that bad. It's just, like, the later parts of it gets horrible. Like, there's this whole segment. I don't know if I have a clip of it. I don't think I have a clip of it. There's this whole later segment, for those that have not watched Wizard Barristers, where, were they in a stadium or something like that? Or was a building that was, like, partially destroyed? But anyways, there was this whole segment where this bad guy is, like, holding the gun to the main character, and at some point they go to shoot at them, but they didn't animate the hand coming down, and they didn't remake the frame to show the gun is pointing at them. But yet they shoot at them. But they weren't aiming at them. Like, it gets so bored towards the later part. I got a neon. What's the neon for? What are we yawning for? Sergio Donna, thank you for the 27 months. If you tell me that Witches Lawyers is not S and on animation and originality, you're crazy. If I tell you it's not S on that, I just legit said that. That is not. I did it as a joke, though. Wizard Barristers at least has style. I do like the guy's designs. I'm nitpicking, dude. Do we have to pull up? Do we have to pull this up? Do I need to pull this up? Is it even available anymore on Crunchyroll? It's probably not available anymore. No, it's not available anymore. Yeah. I'm not gonna go to some other random site. I was about to check you on stream about how bad that got. No, truth be told, I think if I remember correctly, in my first impressions of Wizard Barristers, I was pretty hyped on the concept alone. I think it's super interesting. It's literally like, I think at the time I was saying this could easily be sort of a modern day Witch Hunter Robin. Now, it was much more bright. Like, it wasn't dark thematically like Witch Hunter Robin. But I was hoping it would be a modern day Witch Hunter Robin. It's basically, yes, people that have wakened to witch powers and cause some sort of disturbance, or people that are witches that cause a problem. These are the lawyers that go in and either, in most cases, defend them. Find out exactly what happened and take that to court. Because, yeah, misusing your witch powers is really bad. So, I thought it was a cool concept. And I think that for the most part I was liking it early on, but it kind of just fell apart for me. Witches are they are lawyers, but they're also defending lawyers, right? Am I misremembering? I'm pretty sure it was like witches for witches kind of thing. Witches need lawyers. Your Honor, they didn't mean to cook that child in the pot. Your Honor, it was just a witch's stew. They have the right to have a witch's stew. Complain about originality, but then when a show is original, you compare it to something. Is it wrong to say that it's like... What's wrong with saying that it's like Witch Hunter Robin? That's a cool thing. I'm lost. Is that bad to say that I want that? Is it bad to say that it's like this and it's cool because it's doing this original thing? I'm saying that it was supposed to be like that, but it is completely different. The point was that it didn't have like enough to chew on beyond that initial like hype that I had around it that I thought was pretty cool. Anyways, I like C. I'm about to C. I'll know a 0. If you say I'll know a 0 season 1, S. This is season 1, S. Totally S. Season 2, D. Season 1 is S tier. Season 2 is D tier. This is sort of like almost a Wonder Egg priority situation where we just act like season 2 never happened. If anybody ever asks me, hey, should I watch Anohana Zero? Say, yeah, definitely watch season 1. It's super fun, super cool. But don't watch season 2. Just don't watch season 2. Do I have season 2 in my list? I think I accidentally added it, and that turned out to be a good thing. Yeah, I did. Okay, so there. I have both of them in here. So I can put season 2 down here in D and season 1 up in an S tier. I'm cheating. I'm totally cheating. I know it. I'm crazy for the witches. I am crazy for witches. Too sad a show very relatable to today. What, Anohana Zero? Huh? Or Wizard Barristers? I can sort of see parts in both of those. You already cover Yurikuma 7? No, I don't. I think that's in 2010s, right? I don't want to say Yurikuma. Yeah, Yurikuma 7's 2005. No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be in this list. We're only back at 2010. It would probably be S tier. I still remember really loving Yurikuma 7, especially Anohana. I know I'm cheating. I'm totally cheating, but I'm doing it anyways. I'm gonna do that because I legit really love season 1. Mainly because, yes, it was Jinrobuchi's writing. I think that my own beliefs is that what happened was that Jinrobuchi wrote the concept for the story, and they fleshed out that story within the first season, and it's a really good story. This idea of like mankind sort of being split, and then at some point they come in and there's a big conflict between Earth and those in the space. And I thought it was a really incredible story about how this, not really an incredible story concept with the boy, but the overall plot line of the two sides and essentially trying to instigate a war, relevant. Cool stuff. What I really loved was sort of the moment where you had essentially all these incredibly OP mechas that are coming from space, and they have to figure out how to get past their OPness, like find their flaws so they can overcome them. The presentation of itself was incredible. The music was fantastic. Sawano Hiroyuki, those Sawano Hiroyuki drops in the middle of them trying to figure out something was incredible. Again, I think the first season had a really good endpoint. Like, bam, in it there. It sucks. It's like it's a sucky ending, but bam, in it there. But then season 2 opens up and it just becomes... It feels like season 2, it didn't have the heart there. Like, the music didn't even really match with the actual action scene. It just felt like they were just throwing Sawano Hiroyuki's music on top of things. Whereas in the first season, it felt like the music was it was paced with the actual action. It had up points and down points and everything. And it just didn't really have a very interesting... It just gets into space war. Isn't Dandy original? 20... Yeah, I didn't watch Dandy. OP. The OP-ness of magic. Mechas. OP-ness. Don't demonetize me, YouTube. G... Reconquista and G... I don't remember liking Reconquista and G. What did I rate Reconquista and G? Reconquista. I didn't even write it down. Damn it, Mal isn't gonna save me. Mal isn't gonna save me from what the hell I put Reconquista and G's. I don't think I liked much about it. It wasn't horrible. Wasn't at all. Like, if you had a list of Gundam shows, this is definitely way towards the bottom of it. Some shows only meant to have one season, but they try to milk it somehow. That's what I kind of feel like. I feel like they're trying to get another season out of it, and I don't think it was meant to. Because it feels like almost like the first episode of season 2 really felt like they were going, okay, how do we get this to come back? Oh, we gotta make sure to bring this part back. It feels forced. The actual Black Sheep of Gundam. I would give Nagatoro a 8.6 out of 10. Nagatoro's not original. It's a manga. Why do you keep bringing up random? Why do you keep bringing up random shows that aren't originals? I mean, that's fine if you want to talk about non-originals. Gundam Build Drivers, not divers. Gundam Build, Mobile Suit Gundam Build. I really like the Gundam Build series. I don't like divers. I like the original Gundam Build series. I do feel like some of the later ones start to kind of get a little bit rough for me. But like the original Gundam Build, I really liked it. I was like, this is actually a really cool concept that I would actually like to have happen in the real world. Like, actually make Gunpla that literally you can set on a podium and they can fight each other in a battle arena. I think it's super cool. I did like the characters and everything, so I think Gundam Build's a really good franchise. I'll put it in A. I'll put it in A. Again, knowing that later seasons of it, kind of for me. But the early ones I really loved. Never watched the Build series, but the music is awesome. Yeah, the music is good. I remember some of the OP and stuff were really good. I recommend it. Like I said, I think it's like the later ones that kind of fall off for me. And like I said, I'm not a fan of divers. They're okay. Yeah, so Gundam Build Fighters, the first one I liked a lot. Let's see the sequel. It's an 8 out of 10. I didn't even rate the movie. Try, I think I liked. I want to say that I liked Try. Yeah. I think Try is where it starts to fall off. Island Wars, I want to say that I liked. I want to say that I liked Island Wars. And there's another one coming out? No, I watched that one. Yeah, and then Divers. Divers is okay. Divers is okay. Sorry, Pacific Rim 2013 spoiled mecha for me. It's alright. Don't watch watch the anime then. The anime had so much potential, dude. What's it called? Pacific Rim the Black or whatever. Pacific Rim the Black, whatever it's called, had so much potential, dude. I'm like, anime covering the concept of melding minds, dude. They're gonna be so good. No, they didn't do much with it. Yurikuma Arashi. Did we get to Yurikuma Arashi yet? Dude, my gosh darn, we're here. Yurikuma Arashi. I feel like I'm disappointing Sergio Donna like way too much lately. Should I just put this in S just to I'm feeling bad right now for Sergio Donna. I feel like I need to give him 1. Should I just put this in S? Should I just not even talk about it, just put it in S and then move on? Would I even rank? I don't think I rated it very high. Okay, first of all, the positives. Yurikuma Arashi's visuals and designs and so many moments in the show are just chef kiss. Like it does, like, how it portrays love and beauty and sexiness and all that kind of stuff is really good. Like, it's a very kind of provocative looking show, for the best way to put it. Either that or Rolling Girl. For damn sure Rolling Girl's not gonna go up there. If I'm gonna put one of them, it's gonna be Yurikuma Arashi. I have it at a 5 out of 10 on Mal. Yeah, it sort of falls in the same vein as a lot of stuff that I feel with this writer. Is there anything from this writer that I'm like super big on? I just don't think his style ever really vibes with me. Dude, the OP is so good for this show. If I remember correctly, the OP... Was it OP or ED? Super good. Yeah, OP. Bonjour Suzuki. Bonjour Suzuki is so freaking good, dude. Let me see if there's anything he's done that I actually like. Utena, I guess Utena was good. I watched Utena way late, so I feel like I kind of missed that boat. I think overall he's just not a creator that just kind of works for me. It's not that he's a bad creator, it's just I don't think he works for me. I don't vibe with his stuff. This show is provocative in its style, meanwhile the cover is a bunch of flat. Does provocative have to have big boobs? Am I missing something here? Mikano sister episode is out. Now is this curse for you, it seems, Andrew, then? Knowledge is curse? Yeah, I was waiting for that comment to come up. I've dealt with that for a long time. Don't worry. Oh, you just don't get it. Oh, it's too hard for you to understand. I've gotten that one before. One of them had. Does provocative have big boobs? Not according to Blue Archive. Yeah, it's not like they're all flat. Yeah, I think his stuff just doesn't work for me, and I've accepted a long time. I think Sarazan Mai was sort of the like the straw on the camel's back. Like I finally realized, look, I'm so happy people love his stuff. I just don't think it's going. Like I even bought Penguin Drum, and I had like this hope of going back. I've never watched Penguin Drum. I watched the first episode, wasn't really like grabbing me immediately, so I just kind of put it off the side, never went back to it. But I think after watching Sarazan Mai, I'm afraid of watching Penguin Drum now because I just don't feel like his stuff is for me. Like there's a lot of repetitiveness. What I get, and this isn't a knock on his stuff, because again, I know he does stuff for a reason. He's very symbolic and he's very repetitive with how it plays out things. That stuff doesn't work for me. Like that repetitive nature and not really and almost like it's not that I don't get into stuff, because I loved a lot of Sunny Boy for this regard. A lot of show don't tell, but a lot of like symbolisms and letting you figure stuff out is fine. But I felt like a lot of it just doesn't click with me. Like it's not entertaining in a lot of ways. How it's doing it is not entertaining. There's what best way to put it. How he does it isn't entertaining for me. I'm fine with that stuff, but I don't find the way that he does it, his vehicle for showing that symbolism and presenting it to you to be entertaining. I find it extremely repetitive. It's a slow burn. I will eventually watch Penguin Drum, because I think, isn't that like one of his best? I want to say that's one of his most, at least for a modern audience, I think that's one of his most well-known. Because, I mean, Utena, of course, is like the biggest classic, but I think for, like I watched Utena way late. I understand why Utena was incredible, and there was a lot of it that I enjoyed, but I felt like it was a bit dated by the time I watched it. And again, extremely repetitive. Extremely repetitive. It's so repetitive. Oh my gosh, it's so repetitive. Anyways, again, I've accepted it. It's fine. Give me something else that I can give you S tier. Not one of these two. Rolling Girls, I think I enjoyed quite a bit of it. What did I rate it? Like, especially the early... The beginning and the end, I really liked for Rolling Girls, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because I gave it a 5. And that's usually... That yeah, kind of lines up with my memory, because I seem to remember I liked the opening in Rolling Girls. And I really like the ending, because the ending is kind of like, it's kind of bat crazy. Like, there's a bit of a bat crazy aspect to the last part, if I remember correctly. The whole, like, ship. With the whole ship at the end. Am I misremembering? There was a ship at the end, right? I know, I'm being vague on purpose, but there was a ship involved, right? Just tell me yes or no if there was a ship involved. Then I'll click for me that I'm thinking of the right show. I watched it last year. Yeah, I enjoyed it now. Yeah, I enjoyed it because I got a Blu-ray. I got a review copy sent to me, and I enjoyed it. But it's old. It's old. There, you have it. I'm not gonna say, but you have it. You have it. I'm just gonna say you have it. Has Evangelion already been ranked? I don't. Did I? I want to say it did. No. That's 90s. That's 90s. I'm sorry. No, we're doing 15 years. The last 15 years. So no, Evangelion's not in here. If it was, it'd be S tier. You have me second guessing. Like, I don't have Evangelion here. Duh, Andrew. Okay, Yurikuma Arashi. I'm gonna put it low B. I'm gonna put it in low B. I acknowledge that it is an incredible show. It didn't work for me. I'm putting Rolling Girls in C. Death Parade. There's no question. There's no question. No question. Easy S. I know that some people have some issues with the later part. I think I even also echoed that for a lot of people. I think what it tries to get into towards the later part, you don't really need that. Like, I agree with a lot of people. You didn't need to get bigger. Keep the formula. The formula's perfect. It tried to do something big with it that probably shouldn't have done, but it's incredible. I think just alone for the concept of Death Parade, I think it's genius. It's the idea of essentially forcing people to show their true sides. And the way that it does that, I think, is great. There is sort of an element there where it's kind of... they have to force it out of people. I was talking about this when Tatsukore Hotel came out. I thought it was very similar to that. I do like the idea of sort of pressing people for their true intentions and what's sort of hidden inside of them or they've forgotten. And I think it does it incredibly well. It's got that tension in there. I think there was a couple points that actually had me crying quite a bit. It had a little world building. It doesn't amount to anything. Yeah, that's really what it is. It's sort of one of those things where it's like, okay, cool, but it literally is a okay, cool, but can we get back to the road? I mean, this is a cool off ramp, but I really want to get back on the road. But anyways, I really like Death Parade. It's incredible, and the OP is fire. The OP is still fire. Yeah, Last Trial. Yeah, it's super good overall. I really enjoy it. Light was in it though. Less. Yeah, if I remember correctly, on our podcast, Chris was like super angry about the direction it goes with there. And I seem to remember that I was the person that was like, it doesn't bother me that much. Like, I'm not offended by like having the overall like higher plot line that was happening, but at the same time I do acknowledge like I get it. I get it. Again, the main row's better. That would be better to have to focus on. Anyways, super good. I even like the other characters. Yeah, I did like a lot of the other characters. God, what was the actual title of this? Because it somebody help me. I'm I'm completely blanking on this freaking show. It's not gonna be like incredibly rated. What was the name? It's a Gatchaman title, right? I keep wanting to say World Conquest Vesta plot. We already talked about World Conquest Vesta plot. The concept here was like it's the superhero world, but it's all flipped, and we have to follow the bad guys because the good guys are bad. It's not like too old of a show. It's probably about 10 years. I'm gonna start 15 within the last 15 years. Damn. Let me just do a screen grab and search it. I feel bad for Chris is gonna hate me because he absolutely loves this show. I liked it early on. I did like it early on. It's not Gatchaman Crowds, but it is. I want to say it's from that universe. Because again, it's when the good guys win. Damn it! Image, paste. It is Yatterman. It was Yatterman, not Gatchaman. It was Yatterman. Yatterman Knights. It's Yatterman. It's not Gatchaman. It was a Yatterman. Yatterman Knights. Long ago, a pair of heroes called Yatterman faced off against Daronbo gang, led by the sexy villainous Daronjo. Years later, Yatter Kingdom is protected by a new Yatterman, but mysterious ruler have forced the Yatter people into labor and unrest and runs rampant in the kingdom. Now a new Daronjo reforms the Daronbo gang to rebel against Yatterman. And yeah, this is like a totally another one of those ones with like the lolly character that's trying to take over the world thingy. It was I like this is another one that I actually liked early on. What did I end up rating it? But another one that I think kind of lost its steam very quickly. 6. I gave it a 6. It's like a very okay show. It's like a certain manga that's in serialization. It was like I said, it was good. I kind of one of those ones that I watched it in the end. I was entertained by it, and I felt like it had a lot of potential, but it didn't really kind of deliver on most of it. Put it like in C+. It feels very Zenshu. It feels very good to put it next to Zenshu. Like both like do good things, but at the same time there's sort of like too many things that kind of hold it back and doesn't execute perfectly. So, what's up, Dio? What is up, Dio? Oh my gosh, plastic memories. Let's take Andrew hot takes for 500. Can we have Andrew hot takes for 500? I want to take a break before we get into this one. Let me take a quick break before we get into my next one. That's going to be a super hot take. Doggo's getting my pillow, old Harry. Yes, you are, Yuki. What's you mad, baby? Ugh. Alright. Now they want to bark. Now the doggos want to bark. Hold on a second. Alright. It's delivery. False alarm. False alarm. Okay. We've delayed it long enough. We delayed it long enough. Plastic memories. Robots with emotions. I'm not gonna look at my old rating yet. I want to say that I was pretty positive. I really enjoyed it starting out. The idea being like different robots that people work with, but at some point they kind of break down and there's this element of like, can robots have emotions, yada yada yada. The later parts didn't work too well for me. I did like a lot of the stories. Yeah, the but is the fact that there's like a lot of it that doesn't work. Nice Hassan react? I have a Hassan react? What? Anyways, a lot of it works for me. Let's look at my score. I'm going to guess that I rated it at a 6. Why does Mal's search suck so much? Like, I have to literally search for shows on Google. Like, Google is a better search engine for Mal than their own search. A 4? I thought I gave it a 6. I was for sure that I gave it a 6, but apparently I hate it more than I hate it now. Back then I hated it more than I hate it now. 4 isn't bad. 4 isn't like super bad. 4 is like below okay. On Mal's standard, that's bad. Bad is like 2. But for some reason for Mal, if you're a 4 out of 10, which is like almost middle of the road, it's bad. So everything that's like not like middle of the road is bad. Cancel. Cancel Andrew. Cancel past Andrew for his 4 out of 10 take on plastic memories. Yeah, I was not emotionally ready and it made me angry. It made me so angry that it was so emotional. What went wrong? We'll just throw it with the Zenshu crowd. We're in the Zenshu crowd. We'll just put it with the Zenshu crowd. It's they had good concepts, but they were held back by something for Andrew. Correct? Yeah, right here. Cross-Ange too. Cross-Ange. This is the Cross-Ange category. C is Cross-Ange world. Things that I kind of want to work, but there's something about it that just kind of breaks it apart. Yeah, Zenshu's with it too. Zenshu, it could work. Zenshu's biggest problem was the first half. Like, well, not the first half, like the first 3 quarters. The first 3 quarters of it just didn't work. Couldn't react. The plastic realities of plastic memories didn't work for Andrew. Oh my gosh, dude, I forgot this show exists until I threw it in my folder. What was it called? Wish Upon the Pleiades? Pleiades? I know I say that weird. Isn't that how they said it in Japanese or something like that? Was some weird thing where like Japanese pronunciation versus everywhere else. I called it Pleiades. I think they said Pleiades. Wish upon the Pleiades. What was it? Was it Honda? It was a Honda commercial, wasn't it? Somebody remembers. Wish upon the Pleiades. I'm gonna look at the Wikipedia because I think they actually have like information on what it was. Is it Honda or was it? It was a Gainax show. 4-part original Gainax collaboration with Subaru. It was Subaru. Those that have not watched Wish Upon the Pleiades, it's magical girls that ride around on these canes that literally sound like cars, and it's the engine noises of Subarus. So, yes, for all the ReZero fans out there, the story is about girls riding on Subaru. There's the joke. Wish upon a desk. It was weird. It was very, very weird at the time and even now. I rated it higher than Plastic Memories. I rated it a 5 out of 10, higher than Plastic Memories. Super Cub with Magical Girls version, it sort of, because I don't remember it really, like Super Cub, you know the person loves Super Cubs because it's like, it's girl discovering like having a new branch of life and discovering fun, and every now and then they kind of talk about Super Cubs, like they're cool. Whereas Wish Upon a Pleiades, it's just legit magical girls riding Subaru sounding canes and fighting bad stuff. Like, it's never talking about, I don't remember them ever really talking about Subarus. It's just, I think one of the characters was named Subaru, right? Yeah, the main girl is called Subaru. Besides the main girl being called Subaru and them sounding like Subarus, it doesn't really like talk about Subarus. Shit days received because Wish Upon a Pleiades rated higher than... There's some... I rate a lot of shows, and I have to be very critical with them in order to be able to sift through them all. And sometimes in that 4 or 5 range, things get a little bit hairy, okay? I don't always look to see, like, what else is in that category. It's just, like, a feel at the time of this broad spectrum that I utilize all of it for. Like, I even say before, if you see a 5 out of 10 in my list, that's actually still good. Because it's not a 4 or lower, because I'll use those damn spots. But yes, it doesn't help for Plastic Memories, a 4. I put it low C. Even though I have it rated higher than Plastic Memories, I will put it low C. By 1 notch. Man, I never do an original list again. I feel like I'm making so many people angry with all these right here. Anyways, and you didn't like Plastic Memories? There was like a lot of it that I didn't like. It just didn't overall work for me. Etotama, right? This is Etotama. Yeah, I think this is Etotama, right? Etotama. Ah. Yeah, that's Etotama. Random lint. What are you doing flying in front of me? Go away. Like there's like a piece of lint that caught the wind just perfectly. So you watched Etotama? It was okay. Etotama's biggest weakness was a CGI like action sequences, which are arguably like really cool. Like they're not horrible. Like there's some good action scenes, but they're very jarring to the overall show. It's similar to like Show by Rock. If anybody watched this first season of Show by Rock, like the moment that they jump to the CGI performances, it's like, what? Like, is this the same show? Like it's super jarring. The character designs completely change and everything. Etotama has a similar issue. I forgot that Etotama was an original though. I thought that it was based off of something. I want to say they probably did like a mixed program later on. But the idea is like it's the whole zodiacs. It's all the different zodiacs, and they're fighting over position in zodiac, and so they start fighting each other over it, like a big battle of zodiacs. Yeah, animal zodiacs. It's got like cute moments. It's got like that whole like. I love the designs. The designs are super good. If I remember correctly, it's the Is it the character designer for Monogatari series? Question mark. Yeah, Akio Watanabe did the character designs, and so they're very recognizable, very Monogatari series looking. I guess I can show you guys. Ah, go back. Beep. Yeah. They're very good character designs. I love Akio Watanabe stuff. I think that was my initial pull to it as well. So. Anyways, let's put that. Low C. Low C. Yeah, very cute Moe blob designs. Very, very, very much so. Yeah, Rock of Baby Modesty. It's got that kind of loop aspect to it that kind of bugs me a lot. Classroom Crisis is okay. Before I do Classroom Crisis, is Genghis in the chat? Is Gang? I don't think so. But I don't think I haven't seen Genghis in the chat. I need to know if Genghis is in the chat because he'll get super mad if I don't put this too high. Classroom Crisis is another one where I felt like it had a lot of potential early on, and I feel like the later half of it kind of just didn't pan out really well. A lot of potential in the storyline, the characters and everything. I liked the build up, but it just kind of fell off at some point. Because I sort of trust certain people, I did want to go back and rewatch it, but I never did, of course, because there's too much damn stuff coming out anymore. Yeah, another one that I kind of wanted to work but didn't work. What was my rating? I want to say it was probably a 4 or 5. I would assume a 4 or 5. Yeah, 5. See. Punchline. Punchline is easy. I want to say it's like low S. Like S minus. Andrew feel like am excuse for how much you say it? For which one? Are you only streaming on YouTube? Yeah, for some reason Twitch is being like stupid right now. Whenever last week and it's happening again this week, whenever I try to stream over there, it's not giving video. There's something. They signed me up for the higher bit rates, and I think that's what's happening. They signed me up for. I got signed up for the higher bit rates, which is supposed to support up to 12,000, and I think that's not working. So when I'm trying to stream over there, it's only giving audio, and they're not giving me video. So I don't have time for it. Like until Twitch fixes their crap, I just don't really want to bother with it. I might just go over to Kick and I might do YouTube and Kick or something like that. I hate dealing with Twitch and their garbage bit rates and stuff. They're obviously having some sort of problem. Then unless you're like the 1%, which is like 20 creators, they don't care, unfortunately. Anyways, what was I talking about? Punchline. I really, really love Punchline. I think it is like the biggest massive troll ever in the idea that the beginning episodes are super ecchi and like in your face with it, because the idea is like this guy dies and he's a ghost that whenever this ghost gets turned on, he blows up and destroys the world. And it's the most absurd plotline ever opening it up. And so he's just constantly trying to figure out like this mystery while trying not to see ecchi things in this dorm full of girls. And then out of nowhere, it just suddenly gets like super serious and super twisted and plot twists like crazy. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I think the ending was fantastic. I love the designs of the characters. The comedy's pretty dang spot on. I liked a lot of the characters. Like, it's super cool. The only problem with it, the only problem with the show is it's so hard to recommend to people because if they don't like ecchi, you want to tell them you can watch it because it stops being ecchi pretty much at some point. Like it's a good bait and switch. It's a bait and switch show. It gets you in there with the ecchi and then it actually tells a story. So it's hard to recommend to people that don't like ecchi, but it's technically for people that don't like ecchi. but if people really like ecchi, they're gonna stop getting ecchi very quickly. It's not like it doesn't exist, like the ecchi stops completely, but it's definitely one of those shows that it didn't know what you almost want to know if it didn't know what it wanted to be early on, but it is what it is, if that makes sense. But I really like Punchline. Gatchaman Crowds. It's been expected for a while now. Ever since we've seen it in the list, it was going to be up here. Gatchaman Crowds is up here with the Kings. It's up here with the Kings. Where would I put it? Like critically, like as a journalist from a critical standpoint, I think it's literally the top. Because like Gatchaman Crowds is, but if like for personal, I'd probably put it like right there. But I think Gatchaman Crowds is one of the greatest anime of all time. Did I put it in my top 10 anime? I want to put it in my top 10 anime. I think I did. I don't know. I don't remember. It deserves it. I think it's at least a top 20 of all time anime. Because it does so many things incredibly clever. In the opening, I think, like, the first episode, I wasn't really sold on the show because it felt like you had, like, this derpy, like, moe girl going around, and she has, like, her own little verbal tick, and she's goofy and silly and just completely dense, and she's goofing around. Bad guys show up, people transform, you know, Gatchaman Crowd style pose and everything, and they defeat the bad guy. And then, like, from there on, it slowly unravels, like, the deeper, more complex stories of the characters. I really end up really loving the main girl, even though she felt like a moe blob, brainless character. Was it the second season where the first season they got into the social political stuff, right? It gets very social political. And I found that stuff incredibly fascinating. Even though for personally me, I don't typically like those stories. I got very burnt out very early on the whole social political crap. But I felt how they handle it was really, really clever. And it didn't really feel like it was trying to say something. Like, it's political, but it's not trying to say something political. It's really kept the world. And I like how they pulled it off. The second season was phenomenal. Was absolutely phenomenal. If I remember correctly, that was where they had the aliens show up. The other aliens show up. You like season 1 more than season 2? I might be getting them blended, to be perfectly honest. Because I want to say that season 2 was where they had the new political figure show up. The alien. God damn. Let me see if I'm getting this right. Is it on Crunchyroll? Season 2 is worse because it has less hot. What I really loved about season 2, and it sucks because it was the Sentai one, wasn't it? Yeah, because I want to hate it. The thing that I hate the most is that the OVA is not on their platform yet, is it? If you watch Gatchaman Crowds, please watch the OVA between the 2 seasons, otherwise it's very confusing. They don't even have it anymore at all. There is no way to legally watch Gatchaman Crowds now except for buying the Blu-rays that don't have the OVAs. That sucks. That really sucks. Anyways, let me look at here. There. They They don't show it. I might be misremembering it. Anyways, it's super incredible show. Yeah, the whole thing with COTS. If you don't watch the OVA, you will not understand what happened with COTS. But COTS' old inclument, COTS' inclument towards the second season was super interesting. I love that stuff. Yeah, I highly suggest it. Nakarasa. It's super good. It is super good. Anyways, S tier, easy placement. Really love it. Highly suggest it. Again, make sure to watch the OVAs between the 2 seasons. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. But people will have a war on the Discord if they discover Prisma Ilya on Crunchyroll as well. It's not on there? Well, that was on High Dive. Doesn't High Dive have that? That's a High Dive. High Dive licensed that. Question mark? I want to say that I got the Sentai release of it. Unless they just have physical release. Or physical ownership. Yeah, it's on High Dive. High Dive has rights for Prisma Ilya. Yeah, probably was on Crunchyroll because they had a partnership between the two of them. But a lot of those partnerships broke up once Sony bought them. There was a lot of what was on Sentai Filmworks was on Crunchyroll for the longest time until Sony bought them. It seems like they're getting back those agreements again. Like, I think, what was it, Discotech started putting a lot of their stuff on there again. But they broke a lot of those agreements. Probably have to re-sign up and everything. Re-agree, set new parameters and whatnot for their agreement. Anyways. Gatchaman Crowds, S tier. What was it so called? It's a horror show, very short. I actually like the first season. It's a very limited animation. Like, if we're calling it an anime, we're in the very limited realm. We're talking like sliding stills and whatnot type of category of animation here. It is not a good looking show. But what's it called? Kagewani? It's Kagewani, right? See if I got the right. Kagewani. Yes, Kagewani. I got the name. Good. The name is Kagewani. It is not a very good animated show. What was the studio? Toe Movies? Yeah, Toe Movies. It's not a good animated show. But what it does very good directing, and it nails tension. Like, for a show that barely moves, what they do with what they have is very surprising. The concept is this guy is like a detective for finding out like very gruesome cases and whatnot, and they're always like involving monsters. And so it's kind of very Yamishibai. If you guys ever watched Yamishibai, I almost thought it was the same studio. But what they do with what they're limited with is actually incredible, because when I watched the show, I felt it nailed tension. And I don't feel like a lot of anime that are horror related nail tension very well. Like, if you play out these episodes, you feel like you're in that moment of like the character being terrified of something being nearby, the suspension, the unknowns that are around the corner, that kind of stuff. It pulled that stuff off. Kagewani's second season, though, sucks. Like, Kagewani Season 1 is like Resident Evil 2. Kagewani Season 2 is like Resident Evil 6. Like, suddenly we're trying to make this into this big plotline story of, like, corporations and making the monsters and crap like that. And it lost all that suspense and that horror and whatnot from the first season. I'm not going to oversell people on it visually or anything like that, but I still really did enjoy Kagewani. I'm going to put it in B. I like it, but it's confusing AF. K needs S. Hope K series goes in S. Are we talking about K already? We're not at... Where is K even at? Y'all talking about K. It's way over here. Wait until we get to it. I'm going away for a bit, but it's the Moyonga, excuse me, Mayoiga and Qualia Code. Those shows are very deceitful in the plot. I love them at the end. Miss Monochrome, the not Hatsune Miku show. Miss Monochrome is like Hatsune Miku, but it's not Hatsune Miku. I actually thought this was based on a manga. I like a lot of Miss Monochrome's episodes. Miss Monochrome has sort of that issue where like some of the episodes like make me laugh out loud, and some of them are just kind of like, that was alright. Like, that didn't really work out. How many seasons did Miss Monochrome have? 3? 3 seasons? I know they were different length, weren't they? So for season 1, I have their 4-minute episodes. I rated it a 7. It's okay. It's good. That's good. That's good rating for me. Season 2 went 7 minutes per episode. I dropped it to 6. I want to say season 3 I didn't like. Yeah, season 3 I went down to 5. 7 minutes also. So I went from like 4 minutes to 7 minutes. Kind of kept it there. But again, Miss Monochrome's only problem is that it's very inconsistent with how much I enjoy the show. Some episodes really did make me laugh out loud. I want to put it in B. I think it's a B area. I'll put it low B. Above Kagewani. It's not much of investment if you think about it. That's not even a season worth of show right there. Watching 3 seasons. Miss Monochrome versus Vivi win. Why would you want to have them fight like a singing performance? Miss Monochrome would fail miserably because if I remember correctly, Miss Monochrome was she wasn't a horrible singer, but she wasn't successful. I think that was the joke, wasn't it? Wasn't the joke that Miss Monochrome was like trying to debut? I forgot Ruchan. Yeah, she had a Roomba. She had a Roomba mascot. Oh my gosh, I forgot about the Roomba. Miss Monochrome is android powered by a single AA battery. She lives with her only friend, a robot vacuum named Ruchan, with hopes of one day meeting the idol Kikuko, whom she has bizarre recurring dreams about. Miss Monochrome sets foot on the path to stardom. However, she experiences difficulties and struggles to make her own debut as an idol. Though Miss Monochrome's methods seem bizarre, such as recruiting her manager from a convenience store. I remember that. Somehow her dedication always results in her standing out from the crowd and shining in the spotlight. It's dorky. Vivi does fail. Vivi does fail, yes. Anyways, it's goofy. The Comet Lucifer, right? I think it's Comet Lucifer. This is one of those ones where like, okay, this looks like it could be fun, and it was like super generic very quickly. I want to say that I probably rated this a 3. I want to say that I rated this a 3. Comet Lucifer. 2. Another case where my past self was my past self gave less F's than my current self. 2 out of 10. That's one that I'm actually surprised that I actually finished it. I'm legitimately surprised I finished that show. The girl was cute. She's like so... She's so like No Game No Life-ish. Like, look at that No Game No Life ripoff character. Look at all these spoiler tags. People being super safe. It's later revealed that she's an embodiment of the planet. Big shock. Call it in the first episode. Spoiler for everybody on the screen. I'm sorry, you call it in the first episode. Yeah, it's super save the girl, save the world kind of story. And it didn't work for me. It's kind of one that... Comet Lucifer is an example of a show that if this is your first show, you'll probably really like it. Like, it will be so, like... But If you've been watching anime for a while, you're like, yeah, okay, so that story again. Concrete Revolutio, I think that was the name of it, right? I don't know who the hell got... I don't know who got dirt on who to get rights to basically make a anime of... What was the guy's name? That's not... Is that Marvel? It's not Marvel, is it? What's Concrete Revolutio? Very Shiro, yeah. It's very Shiro. Which company was it tied in with? It was Bones with... I feel like I'm fever dreaming this. Anybody in the chat actually watch this show? I cannot find I must be crazy. I literally thought this was tied in with Marvel or DC or something, but I'm guessing not. Not a single... This will be the first... Like, literally Stan Lee was in it, wasn't he? I want to say Stan Lee was legit in it. So I guess it technically would be... What would be, He's, He's DC, right? Or was Marvel? I'm sorry, I'm not a big comic book fan anymore. So most of my knowledge of comic book industry has gone to the wayside. He's tied to Marvel, right? His brand's tied. His brand is currently tied to Marvel. Yeah, Marvel. Okay. Anyways, Concrete Revolution, whatever. What did I even rank it at? I know I didn't like it. Yeah, I put it 2. Like, I think it's got a style to it that I really like, but I was so bored. I was so bored watching that show. I'm surprised I finished it. Anyways, I'm dreaming. Stan Lee was totally in Concrete Revolution. Or was that a different show? Dude, I swear. Stan Lee, Concrete Revolution. Well, no, let me look him up. The Reflection. Okay, never mind. It was a Reflection. You're right. You're right. It's Reflection. Okay, I'm stupid. It was Reflection. Yes. Okay. We're just gonna continue. So K series. I've watched a lot of shows. I'm sorry. Some of this stuff blends together when they don't matter that much in my brain. They will blend together. God, it was Reflection. It was totally because it was Reflection. I didn't finish. K series. I want to say K series is like the only good Gohan show, isn't it? Well, no, I like the cat. I want to say K-Series is the only... K-Series is where I felt like a lot of the Gohan style was created. And it should have... And most of that should have stayed. No, I like Mardock Scramble a lot. K-Series, Mardock Scramble, and... the cat. The Masterful Cat. That's their best shows. But anyways, I do really, really like K-Series. I want to say one of them I didn't like. Like, there's K-Series, there's The Name, and then there's Missing Kings, right? Is that the 3? There's K-Series, Return of Kings, Missing Kings. Okay, I thought Return of Kings was Name. Anyways, yeah, I really like it. Is it S rank? I don't think so. Because I want to say that Missing Kings didn't really work that well for me. I did like Return of Kings, though, if I remember correctly. Maybe not. I want to say Missing Kings I liked more. You like all of them, especially the MC? The MC actually had a good story, and I was kind of surprised about that. I felt like they were going to have, like, a very throwaway main character. Because, like, for the most part, I really like the side characters. Like, each of different groups. Like, you had the goth lolika chick that was, like, running her group. You had, like, the hunky guy that's, like, super brash running his group. I like the concept of the gangs. And each of them having sort of, like, some crazy, like, insanely massive, like, monument that appears whenever they fight. It's so freaking cool. But it has an aesthetic to it. Like, Kay nails style and aesthetic. And sort of like that, like, downtown, like, brawl type of thing to it. I agree again earlier. I didn't think they were going to do much with the main character. I figured he was just going to be, like, just thrown around. He was sort of going to be our perspective to the different groups and getting tied in with them. But they actually did something cool with his story in the end. And again, I think this was, like, some of the best play out of what Gohans can do with their style and aesthetic that wasn't pushing it too hard. It wasn't until, like, Handshakers and all that stuff where it felt like they were just trying way too damn hard. Like, I still to this day remember that one first shot with the guy, like, riding his skateboard down the street and the path is kind of moving around. It's a lot of CGI and it is jumping around a lot there. But what they do with it is, like, they kept it in check. Like, okay, don't push this too hard. You don't have to flip around the wheels of the skateboard as they're going by. You don't have to have the camera go under his feet as he lifts his foot off the skateboard. You don't have to do too much stuff. Yeah, the Gotholika was great. What was her name? Anna, yeah. This design's so fucking good. This design's so good. And yeah, the Neko. The Neko was great too. Who doesn't want a cute Neko cat girl that's always hanging out with them? Don't be a contrarian. No, I have like an absolute mixture of crap in this list that has been like for people or against people. Like, I'm not contrarian. I'm like the furthest from it. I literally put in here what I want to put in here. As for me, didn't like the ending where the protagonist changed his appearance because they changed the body. Yes, I'm guessing when he got his title, you're talking about. K-Series MCs wanted to find himself and why he changed back his old body and represented his past. Yeah, the selection police officer she was where they got a little crazy. I'll be perfectly honest. If they wanted to get a little bit too over the top, that was her. Every now and then when Gohan's wanted to get a little bit over the top, they did it with her. Where is she even in this list? Nobody cares about her. She's like the least popular character of the show or something like that. I can't even find her on the list. There she is. Yeah, this lady right here. She was the most equipped out of all of them. I mean, Neko and her kind of go head to head in different ways. Angie read the message, Tonkate and loser context? Oh, too late for context. I got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave an A. I'm gonna leave an A. I think, especially like the later parts, I do have some issues that it's not like a great, amazing show. But I do really like it. I do highly suggest K series. If you're looking for that, like when Gohan's was at its peak, I think that's K. Because again, even with the K series, there is parts where it's like, dude, chill out, Gohan's. Like, I'm not gonna say like they are completely like holding back and keeping things like stable. They still do crazy stuff. They still experiment, and I love that. I love that experimentation. I've always loved Gohan's for experimentation. I feel like they kept their head mostly level when it comes to K series. 22, get this hag out of here. She is super old, right? She's super old. Oh gosh. What, I wouldn't doubt that the lolly was probably older than her. Did they list what Anna's age is? No, she's 11. Okay. God, I thought she was a little bit older than that. I thought she was like 14 or 15. I don't recall her being 11. That's crazy. Good old anime logic. Good old anime logic. Especially for anime, it's to the point where you assume that every lolly is going to be a 500-year-old vampire. Yeah, she's a 2,000-year-old lolly vampire. She just appearance is 11. She's a 2,000-year-old lolly vampire. Trust me, it's in the spoiler tag. That's what it is. It's in the spoiler tag. We just don't want to click on it. That's how you do it. Searching for that anime was so hard back then, lol. Just one letter K. Yeah, I always put K. Yeah, K Project is what typically most people did. That's like Monogatari series. You don't want to search Monogatari because you're going to get Monogatari. There's a lot of Monogataris. Monogatari series, K. I think I did K series, actually. I want to say that I did K series. But yeah, I think Gohan's called it K Project. Let me see. Yeah, they called it K Project back then. I think I did K series and it worked. That was a funny thing though back then. Anyways, Sekko Boys? It's the Sekko Boys, right? It's the show about, dude. This is another one where I thought it was a manga. But Sekko Boys, the first episode's hilarious. I have to give them, the first episode of Sekko Boys is hilarious. The idea of being, these are literally like busts of these famous people and they want to become stars in the current time. And so they just slap this producer girl with them to like assign them different roles to go out there. And then they make jokes about the individual they are. It was an insane concept, but then it got really boring. First episode, hilarious. And then it's like, oh, another episode of this. Oh, another episode of this. Oh, another episode of it. It got boring quick. Lollies are hundreds of years old. Anyone that looks 25 is actually 15. And if she looks 15, she wears a suit, then she's 30. Exactly. Every single lolly is 300-year-old vampires, or they're a mom that is actually like 40. And then if they're 25, they'll look 15. And if they're a male character, they're either 15 or they're actually 30, but everybody treats them like they're in their deathbed. Because everybody that's too old in anime is just like a grandma that is ready to die, and they're gonna probably have an episode where they pass away. I like how ambitious they were back then about the stories. For like K series and stuff like that, or like 80s and 90s. Anything that looked like 35 in JoJo's actually 17. I've heard of that joke. I haven't watched it though. I steer clear of JoJo's for reasons. Space Patrol Luluco, right? Is it Space Patrol? Or Space something? Space Patrol Luluco? Yeah, Luluco. Space Patrol Luluco. The show didn't work for me. It's not horrible. I would probably put like in a C category. Like, I had some fun some episodes, but for the most part, it didn't really work that much for me. It's an okay show. Very Trigger. Very Trigger. Like, it was a little first. Was that the first Trigger show? If I remember correctly, it was Trigger trying to create a franchise or something like that? Or a mascot. Was it the mascot they were trying to create? Let me see newest. No, they opened up with Inferno Cop, Kill la Kill, and then they did Ludoko. Ninja Slayer, then Ludoko. Yeah. Memory's not serving me. I think they were trying to create a mascot though, if I remember correctly. If you see 6'3" buff man, they're actually 16. I wouldn't go that far. 6'3", like, super buff character. I mean, yeah, for JoJo's, I would imagine so. But they would probably be, like, 17. I know the big gap there, 16 to 17. I mean, sometimes they can hit 19. But it's unfortunate. I will admit, as much as I love anime so much, and I don't mind tropes, in a lot of cases, if it just don't work for me, I just won't watch it. Like, I don't care that there's a ton of isekais. I don't care that there's, like, trends that people are seeking, because trends work. If it didn't work, they wouldn't sell. So there's always an audience for it, and I don't want to say you can't have this because I don't like it. But I will admit that there is some times where you do have to laugh at the fact that every character's got to be 16. It's like, or 16 or 17 at most. And they don't even want to do 17 because they're afraid their story can't be longer than a year if they do 17. Because once they hit 18, apparently they're off the shelf. They can't sell it anymore once they hit 18. There's a frustration, I admit. Yeah, I want to say it was mascot. So I'm not crazy. Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress. Next hot take. Next hot take. Get ready for it. I really like Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress a lot. And I know that's a hot take because it felt like I was the only person at the end of the day that really liked the show. I agree with a lot of other people, though. I agreed with a lot of other people. What was his name? Bonri? What the hell's that guy's name at the very end? Kabaneri. Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress. Bonri or something like that? Biba. I agree with a lot of people. Biba's story sucks. It wasn't like right when he shows up, but pretty much when Biba shows up, the show, like go back where Mume and Ikoma and the princess are just trying to get somewhere. We don't need this Biba story where they're fusing the ship with the Kabaneri or some weird crazy crap or the Biba stuff ruined it. But it didn't take away from the fact that the rest of the show is just so freaking good. Like, I love it. Yes, is it a knockoff of Attack on Titan? It's literally the crew. The people that made Kabaneri didn't make Attack on Titan. They made the adaptation. It was the crew. And so it's going to have that Attack on Titan feel. It's literally what we joking about? Attack on trains or something like that. It's literally zombies instead of titans, and they're on a train instead of behind walls. But I love it. It was like enough that me and Chris, when it was airing, me and Chris were actually watching it weekly from episode 1. Like, episode 1 aired, we watched it together. Loved it. Episode 2 aired, and we would start from episode 1, and then once the second episode came on, we would watch the second episode. The next week, we would literally we would start watching it an hour and a half early, and we watched it from episode 1, episode 2, and episode 3. It was so good. I think we finally stopped doing that once it got to Biba. Once we got to Biba, we were like, we can't spend all day watching this show. Within I don't know, 6 episodes, we stopped doing that. But it was good. We loved it. It was so much great. It was so fantastic. Mume is still one of my favorite characters. I should get a disc plate of Mume. Hold on, let me message my disc plate person and tell them I need to get a Mume disc plate. There, right here. Add Mume to list of possibilities. There you go. I think I might get a Mume displate. Anyways, it was super good. It's super good, super fun. The music, obviously, again, Sawano Hiroyuki was absolutely fantastic. The action scenes, some of the fight sequences were so well done. The crazy muscle chick that's piloting the train. The back shot with her arms pulling, the muscles flexing. There's some good stuff. It was some good stuff. I really enjoyed it. I did actually like the movie, too. The movie was good, too. Is it S tier, though? Is it S tier with the whole Biba stuff? Does Biba take it down? Is Biba... Because it's honestly a good question mark. Sometimes things can drag it down. Sometimes I don't let it. Does Biba take it down? I'm gonna put an A. I think I'm gonna put an A. I'm gonna leave it an A. Tentatively, it might get bumped up. I'm gonna leave it an A for now. What did I end up rating it back here? 8. I put it 8. So yeah, A makes sense. If I put it 8. What did I rate the movie? I didn't rate the movie. Anyways. That's Kabaneri. Are we gonna finish it? We're gonna finish it. We have time to finish this. The Lost Village or Mauiga? This was the chick that did Toradora and stuff, right? Isn't this melodrama lady? Isn't this the melodrama writer? Damn it. The Lost Village. Mauiga. Where's she at? I'm pretty convinced that it's her. And at least she's yeah, Mario Kata. Mario Kata lady. The melodrama lady herself. I have this weird theory with Mario Kata, where I feel like some stories she holds herself back, and some stories she goes crazy. Anohana, I think she let it out a little bit. Like, she let out that melodrama a little bit. Then you get stuff like Toradora. Definitely feels like she kept herself under wrap for the most part. And then, like, yeah, definitely Lull in the Sea. She kept herself under wraps there quite a bit. And then you have Mauiga, where she's just like, okay, finally, there's a story reason why I can get these characters to be super angsty. I can finally have my characters go super angsty, and she just lets it out. Like, she just completely lets loose on it. I think for the most part, I love all of Mario Kata's work. My gosh, dude. I feel like Mauiga's the only one that I don't like of hers. Because I like... was that? I don't know if I was that big on Anthem of the Heart, though. You know, Anthem of the Heart, I had a high score on that one. Anthem of the Heart, I liked... Makia, I liked... Anohana, I liked. Toradora, I liked. I want to say that Lost Village is really the only one that I wasn't super positive on. Jeez. She's usually always hit for me. But I do find that her melodrama doesn't work sometimes. She gets a little bit overly emotional with her characters. I found a video about 3 hours of what happened with the fandom of Mauiga. So crazy. There was a fandom behind Mauiga. wait. There was a fandom behind Mauiga. I mean, I know there was some discussion around it because there was a little bit of expectation there because of Mario Kata, but yeah, I didn't get a lot of movies in here. I missed a lot of movies. I'm gonna put it high C. Okay, let me actually get into Maoiga. What it went with the Lost Village. Where my mind sort of went with this series is it opens up with the idea that in this bus full of people getting stuck at some location. And early on, I hated it because I'm like, oh god, here we go. Here is Mario Okada's melodrama. These characters are being stupid. They're overly they're flipping out over the stupidest stuff. And they're overly expressive. You got the derpy faces happening that Andrew absolutely hates. They're throwing fits at each other. They're constantly bickering and fighting with each other. And then at some point it explains it. And I'm so glad I stuck with it long enough to get that point where I'm like, okay, so there's a reason why these people are acting stupid. What was her execute? What was it? Execute or something like that? This girl kept screaming, execute them, execute them, execute them, execute them. She was so annoying as hell. I hate her guts so freaking much. What was her name? What was the name of the execute chick? Go back. God damn, I hate that execute chick so freaking much, dude. Oh my god, dude. Where's she at? Love Pawn. Wasn't it Love Pawn? Yeah, it's Love Pawn. Love Pawn. Oh my god, dude. I have to... Okay, note to self. I have to make a note to myself. Notepad. I need to clip her and put her on Twitter. Love Pawn. I think newer anime fans should be introduced to the wonders that is Love Pawn, her execute obsession. But again, it even points it out in this little thing right here. About halfway, it finally does explain why they're crazy like they are. And it's like, okay, finally I have a reasoning behind this. And then it starts to get a little bit more... there's a little bit more empathy involved with why they are the way they are. And I want to say the ending was good. Like, I wasn't disappointed with the ending. Like, the ending did actually come together with it. So I'm like in this territory where it's like, I hate the melodrama, but the melodrama is technically the point, and it actually has a story to it, and it works in the end. Even though it's not my favorite of Mario Okada's work, which are typically always, like, really good. The anime version of Cars sees him. Anyways, that's Maoiga. Maoiga. Rampo Kitan, right? Rampo Kitan, let me type that right. Rampo Kitan, first of all, before I say anything, rest in peace, Sayuri. This was literally, if I remember correctly, this is the show that initially made me fall in love with Sayuri. Sayuri's music for this one, which was Mikazuki. Mikazuki, her song for this series literally, like, made me fall in love with her music. Anyways, that aside, Rampo Kitan is okay. Like, this is a very average show for me. It is sort of like getting in the realms of, like, that detective group, like the two individuals that are, like, detectives together, if I remember correctly. Sort of forgettable. It's a very forgettable show. But it was an enjoyable at the time. We'll put it like a high C. I don't know that it falls in the category of the Cross-Ange team right here. The Cross-Ange team right here, but it's in that area of the tier list. High School Fleet, I don't remember liking High School Fleet at all. What did I end up scoring that one? I almost felt like I wanted it to be girls on Panzer on ships, but it wasn't. I remember it was, like, super boring. Yeah, I put a 3. I put a 3 on High School Fleet. It's okay. Like, if you want cute girls doing cute things, it works. Again, it's cute girls that are... It's like they're... It's like this... Again, it's similar to... I don't remember what the plot line was about. Like, they just wanted to have fleet girls. They wanted to have girls train in ships so that if war happens, they can help them. And so the girls go out to be Like they join a club or everything. I don't know if it's an organization or it was a club in their school. And they just go out and they learn how to pilot the ships, and then like something crazy happens, and like somebody sabotages them or something with mice or something. I don't remember. I'm not even gonna try to remember this story. It's okay. It was a good easy watch, yeah. Anohana. Where was I at in the end with Anohana? I know I wasn't as like big on Anohana as other people were. I remember when I watched it, I was not like, this is the greatest show of all time when I watched it. I still think it's a really, really good show. It's still like one of those shows, like it's a must watch. But before I watched Anohana, I was literally under the impression that this was like the gold standard. Because again, I stopped watching anime for a little period of time, and right when I got back, eventually everybody was saying, oh my gosh, this is a great show, but I hadn't watched at the time when it came out. And eventually I was like, okay, I have to watch this show, because this is like right when our podcast was kicking off too. I felt like I needed to watch that because it felt like everybody was like just screaming from the rooftops to go watch it. And I finally got the time to sit down and watch it. I ended up watching it with my brother, and I don't remember what he felt about it. I know that one part about the show really bugged him, and it kind of bugged me as well. But I think in the end, I was like, okay, this is a legitimately good show. But I'm not sure if I'm ready to say that it's like a greatest of all time type of show. It's good. It's just good, straight up good. So I'm like in a low A territory. I didn't feel it that way, to be honest. You didn't feel it was like a knockout, or you didn't feel like it was okay? What is your ranking, Sergio Donna? I don't know. It's one of those shows that really I feel like I'm on the outside looking in, where it's like everybody was saying this is amazing, and I'm like, I get how you can get that, but I'm not like that impressed by it. Like, it's not that incredible. It was kind of one of those shows where I'm like, I kind of know where this is going from the beginning. Overhyped? Yeah. It's that's the key thing. It's like, you feel like you can't just say it's a good show. Like, it's a good show. No, you have to say it's amazing. No, you don't. No, you don't. I did want to own this show, but it was another Aniplex release, so it was like, not wanting to pay that much. Not wanting to pay that. It's one of those shows that if it's an Aniplex release, you'd be hesitant to buy it. Like, it's not that good that you buy it. Anyways, that's my TED talk about Anohana. Still super good, though. Still super good. She and her cat? She and her cat's like a total show. Like, I get it. It had one job and it did it, and it's fine. Like, what is it, 2 minutes? It's like 2 minutes? What are you gonna sell on me for 2 minutes? It's a story about somebody having an animal, and guess what? Animals die. Screw you, it's S tier. Sobble. Because it's a cat? Or are you talking about Anohana? Because it's a cat. It's like, it's a cat. Is it a different show? That's the other one? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Sobble, I feel like there's a time gap. There's 2 of them. Now, this is Everything Flows. This is a 7-episode series. Okay, so I'm getting the other one wrong. The other one is Kanojo to Kanojo no Neko. They're standing points. It's still the same point. It's barely an episode long. My whole point is that it's about a girl and her cat. The remake is a freaking masterpiece. I wouldn't go that far. I have a 8, so I must be misremembering. Dude, a rare moment I actually scored a show over the Mal score. Well, no, that's not rare. Never mind. Never mind, that's not rare. That's literally a 50-50 chance that you're going to score it higher or lower than the rest of Mal. I scored it higher than Mal scored it. Okay, so I'm misremembering. I'm thinking of the other one. I'll put it low A. I'll put it low A. I'm gonna let my Mal score win over me. I put it 8. Babunki Bronki. Babunki Bronki. I hate the second season. Let's get out of the way. Here's another example of you should have just kept with one season. You should have just kept with one season. Season 1 of Babunki Bronki was actually good. I actually really liked it. Yes, not a most clever concept here for story. It's kids with like cybernetic like robot like attachments that they fight with, and then eventually those all combine into one big massive mecha like Power Rangers, and then they get inside the mecha and they fight the other bad guys. But there's sort of like a competition kind of thing where people are trying to steal each other's augmentations and stuff like that, and I think it did very well. I love the style. I really love it. This is a CGI show, but I really love the cel shaded style of this one. It was just season 2 that sucked. BBK. Is it listed as BBK, BRNK on Mal? You can do both. Wow, Mal search worked. Shocker. But yeah, I love the style. Sanzigen, yeah. Sanzigen worked on it. I hated season 2 though. Season 2 was super blah. It just got too like super mecha robot in the season 2. But I did like season 1. I won't oversell it though. Season 2's sister was met. Yeah, I think it kind of derailed. It derailed the show. I'm gonna put it like high C. This definitely this goes in the cross range category, where like you had potential. There's certain parts of you that kind of drag down the overall story though. Did they have Myth and Roid for the first season? I think you're right. Yeah, anger. Yeah. And it had Kendra Suda in it. That was the other reason why season 1 was so great. It had Kendra Suda in it. I don't think Kendra Suda was in the second season. I think they took him out in the first season. The sister was the fault. It's all the sister's fault. No, Kendra Suda was in the second season too. Yeah. Yeah, I remember liking Caesar and I remember liking Caesar a lot. The sniper chick. Sniper chick was great. Anyways. So you're going with B tier. Quality Code. Quality Code is an example of so much potential. So much potential. And not being able to really... Something happened. Something happened. I have... For those that have not had my Quality Code... my Quality Code TED Talk... It's very much so like a deeper theory that is all surrounding the original creator, which is the creator of Snafu, Wataru Watari. I have the craziest theory around this guy right here. Where, yeah, I think obviously Snafu kind of put him on a radar for a lot of people. Romantic Comedy Snafu was like this great rom-com that really built up his overall fandom. Then at some point he got... Let me actually put this in order of release. Recent. There we go. Yeah. So here's my crazy theory that I had building at the time. So you had Snafu come out, and it kind of bumped up his recognition. Everybody was liking the series. You got 2 whole seasons out on it. Everybody's like, holy crap, can't wait to see what happens next. What's gonna happen with the girls and everything? Who's gonna choose in the end? And then we get to here. we get to Quality Code. Quality Code comes out. I was actually pretty hyped because I was liking Snafu, but I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch an action series made by this guy. So Quality Code comes out, and I was really liking it early on. I liked the concept of like the people are sent out to battle on the battlefield to save mankind, and they each have different powers. I like the whole buff system. Like, one of the characters can actually buff the rest of them. It had like a cool kind of JRPG, not JRPG, but like it's JRPG, like a very MMO kind of feel to it. And they're fighting, and at some point, it flips the script on it and gets really crazy. But the part that I want to focus on is not really the story aspect. It just buy it. I don't know. It gets this point where suddenly it like the production has problems. Like, there is obvious production issues happening. Things kind of look a little bit janky. It doesn't get to the point where it's like super bad, but you do see that production issues. But it finishes. It finishes in the end. I don't even remember what I gave it for the scoring. What did I give it for scoring? I want to say I gave it like a 7. 6. Okay, yeah. But here's my crazy theory. So there's like production issues and stuff happening with Quality Code. And I felt like there's some parts of the story where I felt like it wasn't really what he wanted. But then Girlish Number comes out. And if anybody remembers, if anybody ever watched Girlish Number, they keep in this show, it's cute girls doing the anime industry kind of thing. But if anybody that watched Girlish Number, you'll know that there's a character. This guy, was it the Light Number author? There's a guy that keeps showing up, and he's obviously trying to protest the issues within their show, and they keep shuffling away. Like, you had two characters which were like the producer and the director, I think it was, and the original creator keeps showing up, and they keep shuffling them away. Yeah, I think it was Namba and everybody. They keep shuffling this original author away. They're like, well, I think there's this. Oh no, it's gonna be great, and they keep shuffling away. You can't tell me that's intentional. You can't tell me that's not intentional, that they keep having this, and I don't have it in the list because it's mixed media. I would have had it in this list, but if that wasn't the case. They keep bringing this author in. They keep shuffling away, and it feels like it's a direct response to issues that he had with Quality Code and probably Snafu as well. Where I feel like he, in that story, he wanted to purposely go, okay, let's make another show. Let's make it about adapting a show with cute girls and everything. And I felt like he purposely put that character in there to go, yeah, this is us. This is the original authors who want to get their word in with these production committees and whatnot that are making our shows, but they keep... And this is nothing new. He's not the first person to do this. Girlish Numbers is not the first show to have a mangaka or somebody going, please don't break my show, and nobody will listen to them. This is a very common issue in the anime industry, where these... Because if you think about it, when a show is produced, it's a production committee that is putting money to a studio to adapt a work. And that work is from a publisher, not an author in most cases, in all cases. And so it's always two separate. My gosh, blanking on name right now. The recent show about characters that are in the idol industry and the anime industry at the same time, that I'm totally blanking on right now, that I feel really annoyed by. That one gets into it as well. It's authors are very disconnected. They're very disconnected from the actual creative process. That's why I appreciate things like Mashiko Tensei, where it feels like Refugion's like directly involved. So the Snafu author is at fault for her? My point was that he probably purposely put the character in there to say that I was annoyed and wanted something to be... Yeah, Oshinoko. Oshinoko did the whole thing with the... It literally showed how there was a proxy for the author. The author didn't like what they were doing, was trying to send messages to them, but there was two people between that were softening the blow and messing it up for the scriptwriter. The scriptwriter had no clue what she wanted because they were sanitizing her statements to him. So anyways, my whole point was that I felt like Girlish Number had a character in there to express his frustration with probably Quality Code's problems And maybe even problems with the actual adaptation of Snafu. What are we talking about? Qualia Code. Go back to Qualia Code. My whole point is I think this show has a lot of potential. I think it had problems in the end. I think the problems kind of kept it down a little bit, but I still like it. What I like most about Qualia Code is I don't really care much for the main two characters. Her and her brother was the best part about this show. Literally, if you made the whole show about them, I would have probably, like, loved this show. I like their characters more than the main two characters. These two right here were so good. Their chemistry was so good. Yeah, the plot twist was like, it's good, but it is sort of played. It's good. It's like one of those ones where it's like, do you knock it for the fact that, oh, it's that one again? It's that story again. Even though it's still good. Like, it's still executed good. And, like, it comes down to how they execute it. And I think they did it good. Yeah, it's an incest thing, but I think their chemistry is just what really sells it for me. It's definitely like a very combative tsundere type of siscon thing right there. He's very kind of muted and she's very kind of combative. It works. It works. It's a good twist. It's just I've seen it is my point. I'm gonna put it in low B. I'm gonna put it in low B. Above, I'm gonna put it in mid B. Based on everything else in here, I'm gonna put mid B. I liked it. In the end, I still liked it. And then I still liked it. You're just overthinking it this time. You're overhyping it. You're overdoing it. You don't match my taste, so you're overdoing something, right? You don't match my taste, so thus you are overdoing something. Every incest author has never had siblings. Dude, go look at one of the biggest incest creators ever. They all have siblings. It's been overly documented that the sisters make their comments about it. Literally every big mangaka who has done incest has siblings. That is the most incorrect statement I've ever heard people repeat. It literally never happens. Was it Orimo's? God damn, that's the most well-known one. Orimo is one of the most well-known ones of, like, sister that wasn't Orimo, right? Yeah, I think it was Orimo. I think she even made public statements. Anyways, Iron-Blooded Orphans. Iron-Blooded Orphans. I want to say Orimo's starting to make sense. Like I said, you can look it up. Literally all of them have sisters. I think there is an element of knowing that how I would argue in a lot of cases, it's not really necessarily that people, with the case of incest, I don't think it's necessarily an aspect of they won't understand because they haven't had siblings and thus won't know that that's kind of creepy. Or most people assume that because I've lived with a sister or a brother, yada, 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 and you understand there's sort of like a roadblock in the brain there that, no, hell no, I would never be with my sister. It's more the fact that they might not necessarily see that as an attraction. I'm trying to think of the best way to actually explain this. It's in my brain. I have it. I'm just trying to figure out how to really put it to okay. In most cases, when an author creates a character or a story or a harem or a rom-com or something like that, they don't always believe what they're making. I guess that's the best way to put it. Like, an author more than anybody else understands that when I create a character, they're not real. Minus the Rent-A-Girlfriend guy. Even though I joke about that, even still, I don't think that he really thinks that stuff's real. When an author creates a story, they're not creating like they believe it. When an author creates a character that is a mass murderer or shoots somebody, guess what? The author doesn't want that. I think there is a disconnect when people see something like SysCon or whatever. They immediately go, well, they don't understand it because there's no person that would do that. Well, that's the same for every single else thing they do. Andrew's trying to use all 7. There's like 8. Come on. There's a disconnect. And I think people don't understand there's a disconnect because they assume that because I wouldn't do that, the author obviously doesn't understand me, thus they are obviously not me. Every character, every story, everything is created with a disconnect there. But I think, honestly, to the point of SysCon specifically, I think there's an element that an individual who's lived with a sibling would best be able to portray that and then spin it into a fantasy. So for the case of growing up with a sibling, you're going to understand like all those dumb things that happen that create almost a very believable, intimate setting to create that concept. Oh yeah, that totally feels real, like they're brother and sisters, and then romance. But again, every story doesn't actually have a factual belief there. Again, if a character, the person that created Megalobox probably isn't a boxer. I'm gonna venture to say the creator of this is probably not a boxer. Because they're creating a story. Anyways, that's my TED Talk. That's my TED Talk. Guys, think about it. How will you be able to know how a sister will react if you don't have it? I'm assuming they don't want to get with their siblings, but like the taboo. Well, like the other part of that is really if you there. Like, let me think of an example for myself. Like, if I grew up, the idea is that they grew up with a sibling, but when it comes to creating the story, since that's not reality, it's not necessarily that they're telling their own experiences with their sister, is when they go to create the story, they're creating a story about a guy with a hot, waifu character that they want to fall in love with. It's not an element of playing out their fantasy. There's the thing. It's not about playing out a fantasy of reality. It's playing out a fantasy. It's really what it is. There's a massive disconnect. The moment that it becomes to paper, in most cases, it's a fictitious thing. Now they could have a thing for their sister. And I'm not I'm not ruling it out completely. They could technically have a thing for their sister. I'm not gonna rule it out completely. Yeah, Yaoi can play. I mean, there's so many. Yeah, how many female authors make Yaoi? They're not male. They play out the fantasy. Yeah, that's actually a good way to put it. An author puts themselves in the position of God, a storyteller. Yeah. And then like there's a joke about the Rent-A-Girlfriend author. I literally am in the mindset that the Rent-A-Girlfriend author totally plays that up. Totally plays that up. Anyways, Iron Blooded Orphans. I wanted to say earlier, I think that Iron Blooded Orphans is my... I want to say that's my favorite of Mario Kata's overall. Again, I love Hanasaki Roha a lot too. But like I can say like I want to say like storyline and everything overall is like probably the best of her work. Like putting aside my personal love for Hanasaki Roha, I want to say that Iron Blooded Orphans like her best piece. It's technically not just her, right? It's not like just her involved with that. That was Mario Kata, right? I'm not making that up, right? Somebody help me. Somebody help me. I'm not misremembering that. Yeah, okay. She was involved. All right. I was panicking for a minute. I'm scrolling down. Why is that so little memberships on there? I had to keep scrolling to find it, and it started to scare me. Why is so few people watch? Oh, that's the second season. Was there that massive of a drop off of Iron Blood Orphans? What? 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 Mal only has 260,000 members on Iron Blood Orphans? Even to this day? Why? It's like one of the best Gundams. I never rated the ending. But 9. It has a few episodes that are a little bit. It has a few episodes where I kind of wanted to. I kind of wanted to pick up the pace. It's not perfect. I can say Iron Blood Orphans is better than Witch and way better than Witch and GQXU. Way better. Way better. Gundam fans just watch Gundam and don't use. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Gundam fans. My whole point here is that for the general audience, like this, Mal isn't the end all be all. Mal is not all number of users. If Mal was all users, Soul Leveling would be at the top of Mal's list. It would be the #1 most watched anime and the #1 most rated anime. Demon Slayer and Soul Leveling would literally be the top like 10 listings in Mal. Mal isn't all fandom, but is a good portion of the sub. Like, it is the biggest pool that we have of global anime fans because of all sites, it's the one that has the most data on it. My whole point was that I wish that this poll showed that a lot of those people watched Iron Blood Orphans. So the argument that a lot of Gundam fans don't use Mal, I don't care about Gundam fans. Gundam fans watch all Mal. Or Gundam fans are going to watch all Gundam. That's not my concern. I want the overall population of anime fans to have watched Gundam Iron Blood Orphans. One key reason being because it doesn't require the rest. And that's probably what keeps people from watching it, is they see Gundam and they go, oh, well, I have to know Gundam, so I can't watch it because I haven't watched Gundam. It being standalone wasn't picked up enough, unfortunately. When everyone and their mother tell others to only watch shonen like One Piece, Naruto, and Solo, right? If Mal wasn't rigged, Interspecies Reviewers would still be at the top. Lol. That's fine. It's fine. It's sad. It saddens me. It deserves more love. Tricksters? Didn't like it too much. I didn't like it too much. I want to assume that I'd probably give it like a 4. Tricksters. Trickster. I didn't even rate it. I didn't even rate it. I'm putting like a D. I'm putting like D. It's not horrible. Yuri on Ice. Great music. Just gonna say great music. I was not a massive fan of Yuri on Ice. I thought at first I did like it at first. I think it was a good setup, and I love the music. The performances were really great. The animation was very smooth. And then at some point, like, the story's okay. And I kind of root on for the main character, but the performances got very stale very quick. Because it just started kind of repeating the same animations over and over again. Like all those really cool animations that we had early on were like, holy crap, this is all hand-drawn. Wow, they hand-drawn all this stuff. And there's like hype levels about the fact that it's all hand-drawn. And after a while, it's like, Okay, it's the same. You're just repeating the same animations over and over again. Cool. Move on. Yeah, I think overall, though, the story was chug. Like, it's the whole, like, he's this guy, and there's, like, the past, and then, like, he's gonna, you know, train him, but then there's the jealousy happening, because he wants him to train him, too, and then they want to prove themselves, and then... I wasn't a fan. I was really not a fan of it hitting, like, Anime of the Year and stuff that year. I think that it pulled out a non-anime group to really kind of vote it up, which was kind of very unfortunate. And, I mean, they even admitted themselves that was a mistake. But, or at least individuals involved made a mistake on that. It's like a high C. I'll put high C. Like, it's still enjoyable. It's still enjoyable in the end. It's not a horrible show. Yeah, music was really good. The music was really... The OP is so freaking good, dude. That OP I can still listen to this day. Constantly. Does this list have series continuations or just new series? I see no DxD. It's not an original. Yeah, it's never been an original. I think it's like the third time people have asked about DxD. What makes people think that DxD is an original? Where was that established that it's an original? I think that a lot of people don't understand what original is. Soro no Woto. I really like Sora no Woto. What'd I score Sora no Woto? I want to say probably at least an 8. Yeah, 8. Yeah. Yeah, Sora no Woto, I really love. I think the only reason it's an 8 is because I remember there was like one episode some point in the middle of the show that didn't work out. Andrew, people don't read. Oh. I was like trying to figure out what that reference to. Anyways, you threw me off. Sound of the Sky, Sora no Woto. I want to say that the show, like, overall, I absolutely adore. Great characters. It's like this idea of like there is a unstable peace between these two nations, and this girl goes to work at this one border point, and they're supposed to, like, you know, keep the kingdom itself notified if anybody tries to cross the border or whatever, or any sort of conflict happens. And it gets into a lot of like the area itself and the culture and all their like history and whatnot and their traditions, and then eventually kind of builds up into this like big epic moment at the end that, for me personally, it had me crying. Like I legit got emotional. Not like a sad, it's like it's a very emotional scene. Like it's a very, very emotional scene at the very end. But like overall, like I absolutely love the show. I want to say there was like one episode that didn't work for me like halfway through it, and I think that's the only reason why it wasn't like an absolutely perfect show, but it was really good. I really, really like it. I'm put up an S. Let's go. I got an 8 out of 10, but I'm gonna put up an S. I really like it. I really, really like it. For a second, I thought it was barely disguised for fetish. What? What? The show was comfy. It had a lot of comfy episodes. I think one of the most hilarious episodes is the one where she's like, she has to like, there's a phone that they have to keep an eye on, and I think at some point she was like, her duty was to make sure to answer the phone when it rings. And it turned this whole thing where she had to go to the bathroom so bad. It was like the most wrong episode ever. I actually got a massive kick out of that episode. It was cute. Is there somebody just like telling people to come here and talk about high school DxD? Like, it's got to be a troll at this point, right? Like there's legitimately like people joking about this, like somebody's saying, hey guys, make sure to go, like Karuka, like legit, did somebody send you here about high school DxD? Like, because there's like 3 people so far that come in here and go, "Where's High School DxD?" I feel like there's gotta be commonality of something happening here. I'm talking about the anime with the dragon jets. Oh, that one's I think I already rated that one. Would I put it like C or B? It's somewhere in here. It's getting buried. Now, High School DxD have pretty good story rather than those fan service. Okay, so but no, what I'm trying to figure out is what is the commonality that everybody that's asking for DxD? What's triggering people to ask about DxD is my thing I'm trying to figure out. I'm thinking people just see that past 8. I'm thinking people are just seeing past 15 years and assuming because it fits in past 15 years, they're assuming it's in there. That's what I'm guessing. They just see the year span. I am guessing. Okay. What are we talking about? Yeah, Sora no Moto. Please go watch it. It's incredible. I really like it. It sort of falls in the same vein as something like a K-On, but not as goofy. With a element of culture and traditions and comfiness to it. So don't think, yes, technically the character designs, I mean, legit, the character designs definitely give like a very feel of gives a feel of like K-On. I think that was originally why I went to go watch it. I legit was like, oh my gosh, it's K-On. And same art style as K-On, yeah. So I went and go watch it for that, and so I had a feeling of it being like a K-On, like cute girls doing bugles. As I think I legit called it that when we first started watching it. I think I called it back then, cute girls with bugles. And it was something much more emotional, and it turned into something I really loved in the end. So I highly suggest it, especially if you like K-On and want something with more impact. I mean, K-On has impact, but told you, Andrew, why people just remember the show random because of the tier list. People are just horny to think. People are legit just horny. They see last 10 years or 15 years and they go, we gotta talk about High School DxD. I to this point do not get the massive hype around High School DxD either. It's like people love High School DxD. I think I just need to rewatch High School DxD. I'm apparently missing something. Like, I watched the whole thing. I bought all of High School DxD, watched all of it with my brother, and I wasn't that impressed with it. We watched the whole damn thing. Azusa K-On brings a tear. It literally like Azusa in it. You old then? I'm too old. What part of old fits in with that category? Like you got to be more younger minded to enjoy the stupidity. I have a ton of. I like a lot of stupid stuff, so I don't think that's it. What was this damn show called? It was the chick that instead of a broom she has a freaking rifle, like a massive rifle that she rides around on. I wanted to like it, but at the same time, I'm not like... I know I liked it a lot more than other people. Shoot, I remember people hated this show. What the hell is this show called? Trying to think of the name of the damn show. I'm gonna have to search it again. Izetta the Witch. Yes, the Izetta the Last Witch. You're right. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Izetta the Last Witch. She was the Last Witch, right? Yeah, Izetta the Last Witch. I think it was the end. It was the ending. That's right. People hated the ending. I was trying to remember what people hated so much. The ending. The ending is what triggered everybody. I was fine with it. I think I was at the mindset that if you thought the ending was going to go that way, you're crazy. I didn't think that they would. People had an expectation, and I'm like, why would you expect it was going to do that? Like, what, bro, it did this, so it has to stick it. No, why'd you expect that they were actually going to hold with that? You're crazy. In the end, I liked it. I was definitely not as negative as a lot of other people were. I did like Zvezda a lot. The ending was making the most sense. DxD was probably first high-quality ecchi anime with a story. Yeah, that part I can understand, like, me being a little bit too older than a lot of fans, because that's nothing new. Like, if you were like me and you watched a lot of anime in the 90s, you've seen it all. And if you think DxD is like high quality ecchi, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. DxD is far from high quality ecchi compared to a lot of stuff that I seen in the 90s. But I do agree with you though. That's probably why a lot of, I guess, newer fans are drawn to DxD that don't want to watch older stuff. You technically are right there. Yeah, 90s titties are goated. 90s and 80s titties are goated. Yeah, I literally grew up with, like, yeah, Tenchi Muyo, where, like, they're all over the place and they're all different sizes. Comic kill, hell no. Unless you just randomly say it because on the screen. Yeah, Project Echo. I'm used to this stuff all over the screen. It's nothing new. But yeah, like, there was a day and age where, like, everything that I was watching had, at some point, somebody's top comes off. At some point, you could not go an entire OVA or even a TV series without at least, at some point in a single episode, you're going to see a top come off. Anyways. Is that I'll put it in low B. Oh, you are out of it. Yuki. Stretching. Get your toe up? Do you get your toe stuck? Modern animes, no, you can't look at the underwears. Well, I think that the kind of nice thing about, like, old, like, 80s and 90s anime was that it just happens. Like, it wasn't forcing it, but at the same time, it wasn't hiding it. Like, it was just there. Like, it was just kind of a, is there one yet? Oh, let's just throw it in there. It's fine, whatever. If the character needs to move this way, we're just going to show it. It's just there. Anyways. What was this show called? Holy crap. My brain is blanking on the name of the title. Somebody help me here. There. Google, what is this show? Google, tell me. Did I not copy that? Paste. Tales of Crestoria? Really? No. Regalia. That's right. Regalia. Oh my gosh. I forgot about Regalia. I don't even remember if I liked this or not. I legit do not remember anything about Regalia. Goddamn, can I get the freaking site? Why is Regalia? Please. There you go. Yeah, I don't even have a rating. I legit don't remember. This show legit erased from my brain. I am going to admit that this show legit erased from my brain. I don't even remember if I like this show or not. I want to say that it was kind of like a shrug show. I'm just gonna throw it down here. I don't remember. Anatori, right? I think this is Anatori. It's the exercise girls. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. Anatori. It's just girls exercising and stretching and crap like that. I do like the pigtail girl. I think they did some cute stuff with their personalities and whatnot, but it's not really anything impressive. Kurumokuro's like one of those ones where I was really excited for it, but then I went to watch it and it was okay. Like, it's not incredible. It was probably one of the first disappointments that I had with PA Works. I was kind of hoping for a lot. Oh man, PA Works is doing a mecha show. I'm like all excited for it, and then it comes out and I'm like, oh, it's alright. It's alright. I put it like a C+. Again, it's kind of the cross range area where it like had potential, but it didn't really work out. It has some kind of twist thing towards the later part that was okay. Wasn't incredible. If I remember correctly, this was a 2-core, and it was like one of those ones where I feel like it should be 1-core. Was that a 2-core? Or am I misremembering? Kuromukuro. Kurumukuru. Yeah, it was like a 2-core, and I was like, it should have been a single core. This probably should have been a single core. It's fine. It's fine. Flip-a-flappers. Flip-flappers. The show where, like, watch this. It's Flip-flappers is one of those, watch this, and this episode, and you're good. Watch these episodes, and then you're good. Flip-flappers has some really cool episodes, and then a lot of episodes where I'm like, yeah, it was fine. Like, the horror episode, I think, was like my favorite episode overall. Like, a super good episode. The Mad Max episode was super good. I'm trying to think of the other ones that were really great. All the episodes are amazing. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you liked it. Everyone that rates Flip Flapper low didn't pay attention to the story. There it is again. You obviously missed it, so you obviously don't understand how great it is. Sure, okay. What did I even rate it at the end? I never rated it on Mal. Not a shocker. I'd probably say it's a solid B. I want to say it's probably a solid B. Maybe mid B. I'd have to go back to my podcast to remember exactly like how I was feeling overall. But I'm in the B territory. Bro, I can't see the S tier. That's because I have to scroll up. Here, look at the S tier. While people yell at me about flip flappers, you can look at the S tier. It's A at least. Slander unsubscribed. I will admit though, I want to say that like I want to say that the horror school episode was like probably one of the best pieces of horror anime, like of a horror segment for an anime, was probably one of the best portrayals that I've seen. I've always been very critical. I mean, I talked about with Kagewani. I'm very critical with when it comes to how anime portrays horror. And that episode of Flip Flappers, I think, was like so well. The way they put that together was so well. Like, I loved it. I think the only other ones that really kind of nail horror for me was like, again, Kagewani, but it's like really horrible production quality. maybe what was that one with the girl that can see ghosts and she has the protection of the shrine? That show does it very well too. Yeah, Flip Flappers has got some really amazing animation pieces. Really amazing animation pieces. Another was good. I actually liked Another a lot more than most people did. I actually really liked Another. Really liked it. It was funny because when I watched Another, everybody was saying it was horrible, and I watched it. Yeah, Muroko-chan. Muroko-chan was the other one that I think pulls off horror really well. But yeah, when I went to watch Another, everybody was saying it was like not good. Don't bother with it. It's not that great. And I watched it and I really liked it. I really liked Another. And again, Another does tension well. I think that Another did tension well. Not specifically horror or unsettling, but does tension. I mean, there is unsettling parts of Another. Another does pull off some very gory moments. Yeah, Muroko-chan had some good ecchi. Some very tight pajamas. Some oddly very tight pajamas in Muroko-chan. We need a sequel of Muroko-chan. Where's our sequel of Muroko-chan? It felt like they were legit going to announce a second season. They didn't. Did they announce a, Did they ever announce a sequel to Muroko-chan? No. Damn it! Why does all of my favorite shows never get sequels? Why does all my favorite shows get sequels? And Muroko-chan needs a sequel bad, too. Bro wears Maid-sama and a Kamiga kill. Look at the title of the stream. That one episode of Muroko-chan that shows stuff. With the bath scene you talk about? Mysterious disappearance. Mysterious disappearance has massive assets. Massive assets. Muroko-chan filled with thick thighs quota. That it was definitely going for that quota. The continuation of the manga gets so... Muroko-chan gets better? I'm very curious around the whole shrine and everything like that. They were definitely building up a lot of stuff with that. Don't distract us. Flip Flappers peaked. No sequel to Kunichi Tsubaki. I would take a sequel to Kunichi Tsubaki. I thought that was a lot of fun. Very cute characters. Manga aired was 20. No, the title says. The title says original anime. You legit just said manga aired. Thus, it's not an original. Like. You get that, right? Look at this, look at this. This is Sora Nawoto. There. You got a Maid-sama. There. Oh yeah, that, right? Right? I'm not crazy, am I? I mean, I read that right. That says manga. The ones that we're talking about say original. Okay, anyways. Moving on. What the hell was this show called? It was it was like all the weird. I don't care. I didn't care for the show. It had a cool concept, fun music, but bleh, bleh, bleh. Men? That's call and but they're DXD on the list. Which shut up, you shut up, troll. It was whatever. Shoot. I hate this show so much. I want to say I legit hate this show right here because every time I think about this show, I could never think of the name of it. And I should at this point probably draw it somewhere or write it somewhere on my wall so that I never forget it. You make it a joke now to ask you, Manga, where they are? I just felt like I wanted to pick on somebody. It's not their fault. I just wanted to pick on somebody for once. Anyways, the show that I'm not even gonna look it up. The show that I could never think of the name of it whenever I want to talk about it. It's okay. It was an okay magical girl show. I'm gonna put it in C, high C. I wanted to enjoy it more than it unfortunately turned out to be, but it's still an okay show. This Handshakers. Did I legit put Handshakers in here? Is this Handshakers? It is Handshakers. Did I put Handshakers in here? Trash. Tade Tade. I love Tade Tade. Tade Tade was actually one of my favorite PA work shows back in the day. I think it pulled off. Tade Tade did a lot of things that I don't think I've really seen in other shows, and making there were several points in it that stand out to me as sort of a better portrayal of character interaction that I don't really see in a lot of stuff and in a lot of other shows. Example. There's one point, there's several points in the show where when characters are talking, they talk over each other, which I know it's a weird thing here for me to point out, but again, it's an example of what I kind of feel like they did something unique with Tade Tade. Is if you'll notice when you watch most shows, characters never talk over each other. They're very strict when they're recording their lines that they always record the line, then the next person talks, and the next person talks, and they never talk over each other. Tade Tade, they did that a lot, where the characters would talk over each other, and it felt more, yes, it made it more jumbled, but it was a lot more believable in their interactions. Again, it's a small thing, but the overall story, the concept here is it was a singing group, if I remember correctly. It's a singing group, a choir, right? Trying to remember the exact plot line here. Yeah, recital group. I really did like the characters, though. That was sort of where I was most enjoying it. The overall plot line I didn't really care too much for, but I did like a lot of the characters and their plot lines and their stories. Visually, not one of PA Works' greatest, but I still thought it was beautiful. A lot of the shots are still very beautiful. I would put it probably... I almost want to put it in S, but I don't know. My S is already getting really full. My S is getting full. My S is getting full. I'm going to leave it in A. Realism in my anime? Keep that crap out of here. I know it's an odd thing to point out, but it was one of those things that kind of stood out to me the most. Hard to resubs. It wasn't like massive amounts of talking. Don't get me wrong. It's more like interruption. Speaking over somebody is like an interruption. It's not like they're constantly talking at the same time. Like, I've never had a conversation with my friends where we don't at some point either jump in at like the last few words of a one sentence or something like that, just to kind of cut in. It almost feels kind of off that for some reason in anime, everybody just takes turns. Everybody takes perfect turns. It's in my top 5. Oh, Princess Principal? Yeah. I'd have to ask you, is this a zombie on your list? I never see it in stream anywhere. It's quite amazing. I think a zombie is based on a manga, isn't it? But no, I did not watch that one. My brother really liked it, and I wanted to watch it, but I never got to it. Princess Principal is all you need to rewatch it. is S. You need to rewatch. Okay, I thought you were saying. I thought you were playing off of Princess Principal is all you need, like a sister's all you need. Anyways, anime is a JRPG role. Nobody ever talks of each other because every dialogue box comes after the other one. Sakura Quest. I think. Let me double check. I think. Nah, it's not. It's not my lowest. It is one of my least favorite PA works, which isn't saying a lot because I don't dislike a lot of PA works. Sakura Quest, I think, is like the purest example of a 5 out of 10 PA works. Like, this is like, you're not doing anything super bad, but you're not doing anything incredible. Like, this is very middle of the road for me for Sakura Quest. I like the characters. I love the concept of it. It's basically like bringing tourism or attraction to an area. And I love the more adult story of it. But the biggest holdup for Sakura Quest is that I was expecting Shirobako. Let's be perfectly clear. With Sakura Quest, I was really waiting for an attraction version of Shirobako, but it was like so boring a lot of the time. It was a very boring show at times where I'm like, let's just move on already. Waiting for Princess Principal to conclude. Aren't we all? The movies need to come out faster. Oh, for Princess Principal, yeah. But Sakura Quest is peak showing the country. Why are you expecting a Shirobako? What? Well, I mean, it's not because it's not Shirobako. It's just, why would I expect it? Because it's a bunch of adults that are in the working industry. It's literally like their initiative. Sakura Quest was a part of the Girls at Working initiative that was with Shirobako. Why would I not expect it? Like, what was the other one they had? That was literally PA Works was doing that. Like, I'm not making up something right there. Is it Newest? What was the other one that was with Shirobako? It was Sakura Quest, Shirobako, and what was the third one? Where was the third one? There was 3. Oh, Aquatope. Sorry, Aquatope. Aquatope was the other one. That was literally their initiative. No, yeah. See, you're taking that literal. Like, I need to be Shirobako. It's way too generalization. Like, you're taking my words way too literal. You're taking my words way too literal. Like, I need it to be like, opening sequence, girl is driving car crazy through the streets trying to get a deadline, and then they goes to their little like agency, and then suddenly everybody's gathering around, and there's a goofy, like, literally just grab the character from Shirobako and she's the main character. I'm not meaning literal. I'm meaning to the standards of, like, the writing, the chemistry, the pedigree of the show to be like Shirobako. Shirobako is one of the greatest wrote anime of all time. It's got incredible pacing. The characters themselves are incredible. The story behind the characters are incredible. Every moment of that show, besides the early half of it was a little bit too heavy for my tasting, it's incredibly wrote. Sakura Quest is not incredibly wrote. Sakura Quest does not have great script writing. Shirobako does not have great characters. Shirobako does not have great driving forces for characters. It's not to the level of writing a Shirobako. I'm not saying I want a Shirobako, but I want the pedigree of Shirobako. You're getting so much you forgot Aquatope. I try to erase it every now and then. Again, I love the first half of Aquatope. The first half of Aquatope is not to the standards of Shirobako, but it's damn close. It's damn close. The first half of Aquatope is... The first half of Aquatope actually reminds me a lot of Shirobako. That's how good it was. The problem is both shows are different. Yeah. Again, I don't know why you're taking that too literal. You're taking that way too literal. I'm talking about the quality of the show, not the story. Anyways, Sakura Quest is like a C+. B-, C+. Think around there. Again, it's like the most 5 out of 10 PA works ever. And there's a lot of lower ones than that. You want to know what I think my lowest... What is my lowest rated... What is my lowest rated PA works? I think I know. I think I know. Everybody call out what your lowest rated PA works title is. You got True Tears. You got Kanon. You have Angel Beats. You have Hanasaki Roha. Another. Tari Tari. Why'd they do a recap of True Tears? Why'd they do a recap of True Tears? I guess they had a break point in the show. Hanasaki Roha. I already had that one. Red Data Girl? I forgot Red Data Girl existed. Holy crap. Eccentric Family. Haruchika. Charlotte. I know Charlotte's gonna be a lot of people's. Sakura Quest. Kurokubakuro. Maoiga. Or Makia. Bleh. Iroduku. Uma Musume. Pre-Derby. I'm so many people gonna call that one out. Sirius. Fairy Gone. Apare Ranma. Kome. Dude, Kome was so freaking good. Akiba Maid War. Buddy Daddies. Ew. There's a lot of shows. Anyways. I'm mixed. I didn't finish Sirius the Jaeger. I would probably say Sirius the Jaeger because I didn't finish it. I almost want to say Sirius the Jaeger because I never finished it. But shows that I finished, I want to say... God, where'd it go? This. Haruchika. I hated Haruchika so freaking much, dude. I hated Haruchika. I think this was a novel, yeah. This wasn't even their work. But I did not like Haruchika. I hated this main character. No, I didn't like the guy. That was right. I didn't like the guy. I think it was the guy that I didn't like. I don't think I mind the girl. I think it was the guy that annoyed the hell out of me. Don't talk shit about Musume. I would say Kome is one of the weaker ones. I actually really liked Kome. I didn't think I would, but I actually really liked it. Disagree with everything else on PA works? Disagree with everything. Oh, you kind of agree that you don't like Haruchika, but everything else that I talk about with it, you don't agree with? Anyways, that was a nice side tangent. Let's go back there. Let's go back to this. Let's get this done. We're almost done. Kato, the right answer. I think I'm the only person in existence that actually likes Kato, the right answer. I really, really enjoyed it when it was out. I get people's complaints about the ending, but I wasn't as bugged by the ending as a lot of other people were. I know they had like an alternate ending type of thing they did there. It's fine. But I loved how Kato was played out, because it was very much a cool what-if scenario. I think the directing did well enough to sort of cement the viewer into that experience of discovery that they were doing. So I really like Kato. What did I rank it? I think I give it like an 8 out of 10, right? I think I'm going to give it an A. I think I'm going to put it in A. Yeah, I think you're the only one that ever agrees with me on this one. You and me, Sergio Donna. You and me, Sergio Donna. We're in agreement. We can't be in agreement with anything else, but you and me could stand side by side against the world at caught on the right answer. Yeah, it wasn't like a massive. I'm like super like yay about the whole CGI, but it didn't bother me. And I put Kadoe. I like Kome until he took himself out of the latter half of this show and the MCU could develop. I thought that it was weaker part of the show. I can see that, but I think it's got a great payoff. I think it's got a very great payoff at the end. The last segment of Kome was really good. Never watched it. So you're gonna stand against us? You've never watched it. You have no opinion, but you're gonna do it because you want to stand against us. Whatever. The ending is good, but it feels like Alien on Berserk because gay. I guess. not really in agreement there. There's an alien love aspect to it. Recreators. Nobody was puzzled by Andrew's answer as to where does Recreators go as one of his favorite anime of all time. I put it like right. Should I want to? I haven't organized. I haven't organized S, so I'm not gonna bother. For a minute there, I was gonna put it in placement, and I don't think I've organized anything in S yet, except for maybe the top 3. Recreators is like, to this day, one of the biggest tragedies of anime history that not more people had availability of it, and unfortunately got stuck in Amazon hell. Not just anime hell, it got stuck in Amazon Prime anime strike hell, where people had to double up sub to get to it, if I remember correctly at the time. Or maybe that was after. I think that was during. I don't remember. I think Kabaneri was like one of the first ones they did that crap with. But no, I absolutely love it. The reason why I love Recreators so much is because it does well to sort of make it's a reverse isekai, but the interesting element about it is sort of seeing how people interact with the creations, but more so how the creations themselves interact with their creators. That was like one of the things I love the most. It was like that whole like super tragic story element there where somebody has a really horrific story, and now they're confronted with their creator and they're going, why the hell did you put me through that? That stuff was always so interesting. The magic girl realizing that the world isn't made of, flowers and bubbles, that she can just shoot magic everywhere and nothing gets hurt. Like every one of them had sort of a very cool story behind them. I still mad at the MC who treated his artist friend badly. People could kill her girl like that. Yeah, I think that's the only weakness I think I had for Recreators was the main character. The main character himself was weak most of the time. Like, it almost felt like he just didn't need to be there. And I think they could have done more with Meteora, the mage chick. I felt like they could do something more with her. Yeah, Meteora. They could have done more with Meteora. The music's phenomenal too. I really like the music. And I think in the end it deserves more attention. I won't say it's a perfect show, but I really enjoyed it. And hopefully eventually Aniplex will finally decide to actually release a Blu-ray of it. But being as where Crunchyroll's going, I doubt that's going to happen. But now I understand. Let me see now, Andrew, because I heard Black Lagoon works on this show, and he was so depressed. Really? It does feel like a lot of the characters are sort of playoffs of characters, of real characters. Like, I think, like, one of the characters looks very much like, what's her face from Monogatari series? One looks like a Lancer Artoria. There's obviously the Magical Girl. Each one of them feels like a playoff of a different style of story. Yeah, Meteora was the one that was like the mage, Roxy. I guess you could call him Roxy. Much more. She's not really that petite to be a Roxy character. I wouldn't really necessarily equate to a Roxy. One of the original shows that should be a visual novel item. I think it would do really good as a visual novel, maybe, if they could really plot out each of the storylines. Anyways, that's my recreator talk. Tsukigakure, really, really good show. What did I rate this one? I want to say probably gave it an 8. Tsukigakure. Kidai. Oh, I didn't rank it on here. Oh well. I really liked Tsukigakure. I thought it was a very beautiful romance story. I think it's the easy S. I do love this one got as much attention as it did, because I think it was one of the rare, like, good romance series. It didn't feel like it was overplaying any element. It felt like they played out the romance very well. The story between the characters, their struggles, all that stuff. How it blossomed from the very beginning was super cute. I think it did really well. An original series, visually looked really good. I seem to remember that it had some scuff around crowds, but maybe I'm misremembering that. I want to say the crowds were scuff. Let me see. Not that it matters. It is like literally just a just insignificant element. I'm just trying to remember if I'm misremembering or not. I don't want to slander something incorrectly. Mute. No, they animated the crowds. I'm backwards. They actually animated the crowds. They actually animate groups of people. I am completely backwards here. This show animates groups of people. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a standing ovation for actually animating groups of people and not using stock CGI crowds. I must be thinking of a different show. I want to check to see maybe if it was like the later episodes they stopped doing it. They're crowds. They're every shot with groups of people. They draw the crowds. That is such a rare thing anymore, and it's so funny that stands out to me as something incredible. Imagine being downplayed because you're not stick enough. Yeah, they legit animated every group of people. It's so funny that it's such a rare anymore. Anyways. Most anime audience need a click or bang for them. This is along with flip flappers. You're not gonna sneak in something else. It's not like it's gonna attach itself as I rolled up there. Anyway, Tsukigakure is amazing. Go watch it. Princess Principal. I think I'm pretty comfortable with S tier. I know that I had a little bit of a problem with it jumping around in time, but I don't get stuck on that stuff as much as other people. Like, as long as I get it at the end, I don't really mind it so much. I think I'm comfortable with S. I think it's probably one of the best. It's a rare, like, good action show. Like, well, we have, look up here, we have action shows and originals. It's those. Well, Recreators technically is one too. So, like, only about 5 of them are action shows. Everything else is pretty much like romance, slice of life, comedy, that kind of stuff. These are kind of actiony, but they're not really like focused action. Princess Principal is, like, overall, I think, like a really great show. Like, it's got the aesthetic, it's got the music, it's got the timing, it's got the characters, it's got the plot line overall. Each one of the girls has their own shtick, their thing that they're really good at, and they play into those properties very, very well. Each of them get their own storyline and their own episode, and each one of them I really liked. It's just all around good. And then at the very end, having kind of it wasn't really at the end, but it kind of gets to some point getting into the backstory, which I thought was pretty solid, so. Princess Principal is the long production hell like Girls on Panzer is. I mean, cook it. Like, yeah, let them cook. And then there's an element of like, let it cook. Let it cook. And Satisfied then, best channel. Good action shows are not easy. Yeah, I don't really. It's not that it's not easy. It's just getting somebody who has something they want to tell that's going to be interesting. And my argument would be that I think that a lot of there may be an argument to be made that in a lot of cases they want to make an action show and they write a story around an action, whereas not necessarily there's somebody that wants to tell a story and there's action involved. I feel like Princess Principal is a story that wants to be told and there's action involved. Yeah, and Yuri. Action and Yuri, right? Action and Yuri. Anyways. Yuki's grooming herself over here. Yuki, are you making your paws pretty? Yeah. Anyways. Wake up, girls. I liked season 1 of Wake Up Girls. I truth be told, like earlier moments of it, I felt like they were doing a good job of sort of telling a little bit, not to make it feel uncomfortable, but they were playing a little bit into the darker side of the first season. I felt like it was trying to do a little bit of showing the more serious look into the idol industry. Like it felt like it wanted to say the things that didn't want to be said about idols. It still did a bit of that throughout the first season, but second season was a flop for me. And a lot of that has to do with production issues. I made the long time icons joke. Yuki, are you okay? I hear her collar over there jingling. Are you upset? I feel like she's nervous about something. Usually when she senses a storm, she starts shaking, so I'm assuming a storm's coming. Second season, yes, I kept making a joke about does have massive production issues. Like I made the argument that like most of the show of the second season is showing the outside window of the production studio that they're in. Like they didn't want to animate what's happening in the show. I want to say that didn't fix with the Blu-rays, and that was the problem there. I think I got second season Blu-rays. But either way, it kind of fell apart for the second season for me. But the first season was good. I'm putting C. C. What do you mean? And Yuri is action. It is an action. Like it is an action. It is a verb. Not is he looking at Mappa dropping crazy money into sloppy stories? Well, Mappa's always adapting things. Well, for the most part. I mean, besides Zinshu. Just because I want to say that I was very, very positive on. I want to say that I gave it like a 7 or an 8, right? I'm saying right, like everybody's gonna have an answer for me. I think I've talked about Just Because before. Yeah, 7. I gave it a 7. The funniest thing, the main thing that I remember about Just Because, I did like the characters and the romance and the drama, but I want to say that I took off a point at the end for one main reason. Yes, it has some best girls. It has best girls. I feel like the story's ending was a Sakura Sao ending. I took a point off on Just because I felt like the ending was just because. I seem to remember making that joke back then, and I'm gonna make it again, that the ending feels like just because. Because it feels like a Sakura style where it's building up one of the girls, and this is the perfect one, and it's gonna work out. And then at the very end, he goes, I'm sorry, I love Amelia. And then he just goes over there. Why? Just because. Just because. I'm not mad at the ending. I wasn't mad at the ending. It's not like Sakura style infuriating, but damn, you gotta admit that it was like building up one girl and it goes, just because. Because she's the cover girl. Who knows? Anyways, it's good. I'm gonna put it high B. High B, low A-esque. Somewhere around there. Title stuff. No, I expect it every time. So when it finally happens, I'm like, yep, there it is. It's happening. There it goes. I knew it was coming. If I ever like a character, I know they're not gonna get with the main character. Plain and simple. If you guys are watching a show along with me as the season goes through, and suddenly I go, I love this character, go, God damn, that girl's doomed. That girl's doomed. That girl's doomed if Andrew likes her. Anyways, that's that. Blue hair rules, right. Garo, what was it? Garo, Vanishing Line? Garo Vanishing Line, I think. Garo Vanishing Line. I think that was the title. Yeah, Garo Vanishing Line. I liked half of this show. It is technically based on the Garo franchise, but it's its own work, and it doesn't have... It's original because there's no pre-script. I want to say that I liked half of this show. Like, half of it was good. And the other half was kind of blah. I'm not a big fan of Garo, though. Not that I'm against Garo. It's just I've never been big in the franchise. So I don't know if it's like sacrilege to the Garo franchise or if you don't understand it unless you're big in Garo. But I enjoyed it. I ended up finishing it. I did enjoy most of it. I probably like a high C. High C right here. Anime Gataris, right? Anime Gataris? Anime Gataris? Yeah, Anime Gataris. Gataris. Anime Gataris. If I remember correctly, my brother really loved this show. I think? Question mark? Or maybe there was somebody in our community that really loved it, and I liked part of it because I felt like a lot of this show, especially the beginning segments, it almost felt like the creators were trying to say things. It literally felt like, I guess the most of it. It felt like mangakas and directors and storyboard writers were all, yeah, the fourth wall's gone, dude. Within the first episode, you know that fourth wall's gone. They're just short of just putting a camera in front of the team and just having them complain at you the entire show. It feels like them going out of their way to point out, do people complain about this, but they don't realize how difficult this is. People think that this is just spews out of thin air, but this is the case. People get upset about this situation, but they don't understand how it really works. It really felt like it was, let's make fun of critics and point out how they're wrong in a lot of regards. And it wasn't the whole show, but it really did feel like it was purposely trying to make fun of itself and make fun of criticism. In the end, it was decent. I'd probably give it like a B minus. Like a B minus. B minus, I think. Would you put something in? Stop telling me. You all want me to put every show in S tier. Is there any show that is not... Well, you said earlier A. Never mind. Sergio Donna pointed out earlier A. I thought you all were just pointing everything in S. That Dora was going into the real world, you know? If perhaps rejoin the page. You're not gonna bribe me into that crap? Hell no. Hell no. Because within like 2 minutes I will put something lower again and you'll be mad. And I don't want to feel like obligated. People support me because I'm truthful. If I start changing everything for subs and whatnot, then I will never be my own unique self, and then nobody will want to watch me anymore. So no, I have in the past agreed from supers to put things places temporarily, but it's never permanent. It's never permanent. I still have 2 in S. You see, you're doing really well. Place for the universe. Really liked. What I put, I think this is probably an 8 out of 10 at least. I want to say I had this at an 8 out of 10. I never rated it. It's either an 8 or a 9. Shoot. Maybe I rated on Annie list. I'm trying to remember if my hype levels are like... I'm trying to remember if there was anything that like really did bring it down for me. Because I want to say that I was 9. I did rank it. It was 9. I acknowledge that there is a like formula aspect about the show. Like I even point out how stupid every episode pushes a climax. Like, every episode has to have, like, oh no, is things gonna work out? And then happiness and music ramps up, and it's super cheesy, but it works every damn time. But it's good at it. Like, it's good at it. So what are you gonna say? It's like All Noah Zero. Every fight scene has to have a Sawano drop, and then suddenly something cool happens. Does it make that it's bad? No. It does it damn good. Miley S is Iroduku. I'm going to go to bed without an S for it. Maybe. So I'm not far off. I'm going to ask you to be truthful because Flip Flappers is S tier. I'm just asking you to be truthful because it's S tier. Well, it's not S tier for me though. Would Uma Musume count as original because it's the first content released for the multimedia? I don't think so because I think it's based on the written dialogue that is in the game, right? I think that it's a story in the game. Again, I think typically people will... Again, it's whatever's listing on the website itself, but I think typically it's not going to be because I think by the standards of the site, they have a script for it. Something like that. The game was second? Like it came out second, you mean? I don't think so. Didn't it? It was like way out a long time ago. Yeah, game came out at 21. Well, yeah, the game came out, but they probably used the script though. I don't know for sure. My assumption is that they assume that the script was there. Like, typically with an original, you're going to have somebody write a script just for that. But they might have had a script storyline from the game. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know enough. I didn't look into that show specifically. What is this? Is that Gundam Build Divers? Is that Gundam Build Divers? I think that's Gundam Build Divers, isn't it? I think that's Gundam Build Divers. If that's Gundam Build Divers, it's like a C. I don't care that much. I wasn't that into the show. It was fine. The game was first, but yeah, I understand that. The only thing that I'm not sure about is if the script was already available from the game, and they utilized it for the anime, because that's typically how they distinguish it. What's up, Cheto? How's it going, man? We're almost to the end. We're getting there. Darling in the Franxx. Darling in the Franxx. I liked Darling in the Franxx. I want to say that I was probably in the 7 or 8 category for my ratings on it. Let's see if I'm right. Darling. I will say the community around Darling in the Franxx was a absolute F-. Like, there was so much stupid toxicity around this show. It wasn't even freaking funny. It is literally the worst conversations happening around this show. People were so stupid about this show, and I just didn't want to even talk about it at some point. People were so stupid about this show. So stupid. I put it as a 7. I love the concept. I love the art style. I love the human personifications into mechas that they did with it. For the most part, I like the characters. I think the overall story, was probably the weaker area, if I remember correctly. I want to say that's probably what brought it down a little bit for me, was that I think the overall story kind of didn't support it. Music's phenomenal, especially the freaking OP. God, that was good. I swear the blue hair got hated more than Australian mustache man. I think Ichigo, that whole stuff was probably the point where I realized that people calm down, dude. Like, the whole thing around Ichigo, I'm like, oh my gosh, we have a mental health crisis. Like, I think the pure vitriol that came out of Ichigo's episode made me really want to just leave the anime community. Andrew, look at the comment above about Darling the Franxx. The hate for Darling is stupid. Disagree. I have a beef about the community and Darling and the Franxx. They didn't like the show because ships and their own self-insert and show is basically Genesis. Yeah. It's stupid. It was so mind-numbingly stupid. Like, I get it. Your waifu's 02. I get it. You didn't want... Ichigo stole his kiss. It's one of those moments where, like, it's literally the erase thing again. We're literally getting into the erase thing again. We're getting the erase thing again. We're gonna get into that one. When I watched Erased, I watched that whole scene where the mom takes the girl into the bath and gets, like, what happened with her and gets her to kind of open up about what she's dealing with. And then she comes out there and they have the whole, like, breakfast scene and everything like that. Like, that episode wrecked me. I was like, oh my gosh, this is such an incredible episode. And then I go online and then suddenly I'm hit with the realization of how stupid people get. And now suddenly it's not about, like, again, breaking down barriers and overcoming and finding the truth about what this girl's going through. And this girl having a warm meal for once in her entire life. To, oh my gosh, this is PDF stuff. I hate the community. With that episode, with Ichigo's episode, spoilers, it's kind of not heavy spoilers here, but with that episode, when I'm watching the episode, I see a girl who literally is trying to protect somebody that she has a crush on, and that she sees that something is literally able to kill somebody. There's a physical danger and a threat to the people in her group. Yes, there's a significant portion in her decision making there that she is afraid of this person, and there is a part of it where it's selfishness, but I'm, like, eating up, like, how this person who's supposed to lead, but also loves, but also wants to protect their group, is struggling over her position and using it for her own benefit, but at the same time for, yes, logical choicing there. And it turns to this kiss, and I'm like, holy crap, she just went out there after it. She became assertive. And I'm like, okay, crazy cool episode. I love the conflict and emotion the character's going through. I go online and people are talking about sending threats to the creators. There is legitimately, there is a mental health crisis that we have online. That was one of the earlier moments that I realized of how the internet is both a positive and a negative, because the positive is that people communicate more, but the negative is that people that have serious mental illness are communicating with loudspeaker phones, because this is crazy what people are talking about right now. Like, you guys have got to calm down. It is drawn characters on the screen. You like, I joke, Roxy waifu, haha, yeah, I love Roxy's character, I love the character, but at some point I can disconnect and realize that these are not real, right? Like, you can't disconnect, right? You connect, right? At some point you can separate that. Oh, it's crazy how stupid people get. Anyways, that's my rant. That was really stupid. The long one had so much enjoyment of the show. They wanted a girl to like what they wanted. Yeah, it didn't go the way they wanted, and it's like Yukitashi right now. It's like Yukitashi right now. We have some fumbling happening in our Discord right now, honestly, but it's like, I like serious discussion. Don't get me wrong, I like serious discussion, but at some point it's like, calm down. Like, chill out a little bit here. Let's put that car in reverse a little bit there. We've gone a little bit too far with this seriousness. Yeah, Ichigo did nothing wrong. I am the Ichigo did nothing wrong camp. Calm down. Where the Japanese public bath culture exists, right? This is the same thing I felt about Attack on Titan, about the potato girl's death, and yeah. I'm glad I missed all the drama for Franxx. I like the show and Ichigo. Yeah, I think Darling in the Franxx is a really good show to go back and watch now. Like, if it's a first time watch, you could stay away from the fandom and the toxic fandom at the time, because it had a lot of discussion happening around it. I actually had a lot of fun, the fact that people were so, like, into it and we were talking about it. But, like, the moment that stuff went down, it's like, oh, I no longer like this. I'm gonna go over here. I'm just gonna be over here. Y'all enjoy your show. Anyways, that all said, I'm gonna put it like a high B. Like a high B. I think it has some of the coolest mecha stuff. I love that stuff. I think the handlebar thing is absurd, and I loved it to death, dude. The whole handlebar pilot seat thing is just hilarious. You went into it with the mindset that she is notorious, and you did... Wait, no, wait. Are you saying that you didn't watch at the time? And you knew that she was supposed to be notorious, and then when you finally watched it, it didn't make sense to you? I think that's a funnier mindset. To go in the show going, okay, when is she going to do something crazy because everybody hates this chick? And then finally at the end of the show, you're like, man, I was waiting for this chick to stab somebody. I could see somebody literally, if they had a little bit of a sense what happened to Darling in the Franxx, and they finally watch it, they may assume that she probably killed somebody. Like, she nuked a city of children. That's how bad people felt. It's funny. Yeah, I knew people hated her, and she just did nothing wrong. Again, it's like me with a lot of shows where I'm going and waiting for somebody to be like, God, everybody hates this character. I'm feel like they're gonna murder somebody at some point. Anyways, the Dragon Pilot show, Dragon Pilot, I think it's called. I'm not like massive on it. I did like it. I think it was a I want to say it was like one of those shows where I just kind of I thought it was sweet. Didn't really kind of blow me away or anything like that. It's got some good animation too. Cool concept. I'm gonna put like an high C. I think it sits well with Sakura Quest. Like, it's very middle. Like, yeah, sure. Like it. It's good. Not great. I also thought the story and the girls who got pregnant was good. Yeah, like a future kind of concept there. It was good stuff. Let's see. Almost done. Tadaku Never Falls in Love. I legit, when I seen this in the list of originals, I was like, wait. I thought that was original. I was actually surprised that Tadaku Never Falls... Is it Tadaku Never Falls in Love? It's something Never Falls in Love. Tadakun Never... Yeah, Tada Never Falls in Love. I was actually surprised this was original. I thought that this was a manga. I like the show overall. I'm not like super big on it. I think it's a pretty solid little romance show. Your phone got to 0%. No, Sergio, we're almost done. Oh, you came back. Okay, I thought you just went to 0 and you're just leaving. Tana Never Falls in Love. It was like I felt this was a very sweet show. I don't think it turned into anything really great in the end. But it was fine. It was fine. Oh, you dropped out with the Darling in the Franxx rant? You dropped out with the Darling in the Franxx rant? I'm gonna put it like a C, like mid C, low C. It's fine. Megalobox. I like the first season quite a bit. I never watched the second season. I think I rated this probably like a 7. Let's see, 7, I think. Megalobox. Am I spelling Megalobox wrong? No, there's right there. No, that's specials. Yeah, I rated a 7. It's better. I know that I watched the first episode and it wasn't clicking for me. But I did end up hearing people say that it got even better, which that's a big statement for me because like I said, I actually liked the first season. But yeah, my rating is based on first season alone. I put it in a B. I think it's a solid B. I thought it was adapted? Heck no. No. It was definitely original. Review? This is Review, isn't it? Review Starlight? That's Review Starlight, right? I know there's another show that's like this that I don't want to get them mixed up. Review Starlight, right? Yeah, that's Review Starlight. Review Starlight, I wanted to like it so much. I wanted, this is a Review is an S. Everything's an S for you, Sergio Donna. I'm not believing you no more. This was one that I think early on I had an expectation this was going to be like something special. I really did feel like within the first 2 episodes, I felt like this was going to be like, oh damn, this has everything to be like a legend show. And I want to say like quite a bit of the show did really work for me. It wasn't until like the later points that it kind of just fizzled out for me. Like at some point it just wasn't working anymore. Even if it does have Kendra Suda in it. Wakani Mas. Yeah, my Kirin Wakani Mas. Wakani Mas. Connie Moss character. And Banana. Where was Banana? Who was Banana Girl? Nana? Yeah, Nana. Banana Girl. I like Banana Girl. Anyways, it had a really good start. I really had like high hopes for it, but at some point it was like, it just no. It's fine. It's not bad. This wasn't what I was wanting to be. I'm gonna put it like in the B area. Hi, B. Right here. Right there. Right there. You've been waiting for review? Like, you've been waiting for that in this tier list? It's just finally coming up for you? Well, take your B. Take the B. You and Sobble to bring... Did you DM Sobble to bring Sobble in here to yell at me? S, though, this is one of the 2 S I wanted. I apologize. I apologize for once again not meeting your expectations. S for banana. S tier for banana, right? Finally, Iroduku. My S. Where did I have Iroduku? Iroduku. I want to say that I probably gave that a 7 or an 8. Iroduku. I really love the story of the show, by the way. Like, before I even look anything up, I really do like the story. Do I know how to spell Iroduku? Is Iroduku right? Iroduku. Yeah. What? I don't know. I must have been mistyping and not realizing it. Yeah, I put a 7 on it. I put a 7 on it. I'm probably comfortable with this in an... Let me look at the other A's and B's. I think I'm in pretty much the same boat as something like Tari Tari with Iroduku. Iroduku. A minus. I'm gonna do A minus. I'm gonna do A minus. I thought Iroduku was beautiful. If we were making a movie into account, easy S. Oh, for review. That's my second S for sure. Most heartfelt story. Iroduku is S plus for me. Changed my life. But it's just a really good show. So very much like a Hanasake Roha for me. It definitely gets pluses for like its impact. Yeah, I know it was a playoff of the Worlds and Colors, yeah. I love the atmosphere of the show. OMG, You want everything S. Shut up, Sergio Donna. I'm not... I want to make a Sergio Donna list now. I just want to put everything in S. It's just everything is S. Let's just change all these to S. Here's Sergio Donna's list. There's Sergio Donna's. There's your list. You're happy, right? Anyways. But no, I legitimately did like the show. I liked the idea of the time twist they did with it. I really wasn't sure if it was actually going to pan out to anything that was going to be interesting. But I really did. The ending. I really love the ending. And I think that's probably why it's a 7 on my rating. And it's probably why I ended up putting an A minus. And I think that there was parts of it that didn't really kind of do well for me in the midpoint. But like that quickly wiped away for me with the ending. Like the ending is so damn good. Like it's like, okay, now I see what you're doing. And I feel like it kind of waddles a little bit too much. But when it gets to the ending, it's like, oh goddamn, the ending's really good. Like the ending, I don't think I could have wrote a better ending for that. Yeah, the ending's perfect. Like I don't think I would change anything for the ending. Got you to fall in love with Nagasaki. Immaculate ending. The show was went from an 8 to a... Is that 1,473,040,662,000? I went off the digit. I'm sorry. I was off a digit. The second show that got me into anime after Mahotsukai no Yome. Mahotsukai no Yome is a good one to get into. Anyways, Yeah, endings are honestly, endings are, to make it that good, it's rare. Like, typically with an ending, I'm like, oh, that was good, but the journey was what made it. Like, it's rarely a case where, like, the ending makes it. Not that the journey was bad for Iroduku, but yeah. It's good stuff. Visually, it was very beautiful, too. Very artistic. I love the drawing segments and whatnot. Were very pretty. Some of the drawing segments drug out for me, I remember, but it was good. Anyways. How to Train Your Grandma. How to Suppress Your Grandma, the anime. Anyways, Mermaids, I'm not even trying to remember the name of it. Some stupid mermaid show. It had some, like, moment in it where I was like, oh, this could actually be really cool, but then I'm like, no, it's not. It was like mermaid girls trying to make a projection theater or something like that, and then like this big like herd was. I don't remember. It's fine. I'm not gonna. I'm just throw it over there. I don't care. It was way worse than Concrete. I don't even think I finished this show. Whatever. It was the show I talked about earlier. Spice, release the spice. Release the spice. I didn't care much for Release the Spice. I like the aesthetic and the style and the characters for a bit, but I don't even think I finished. Did I finish Release the Spice? Release the Spice. Release the Spice with a Y, because it's spies. Spice Girls was really good. Waifu Girls, yeah, it has some waifu. Release the Spice. I got a 6. I actually finished it. Yeah, I actually finished it. It's like I'm just gonna put like a C. It's like a C. I'll put a C. I don't even know what. Damn it! I don't even know what C is anymore. You messed me up, Sergio. It's all your fault. No. A. B. I forgot to change these back. C. Did I put? Yeah, I put speed. Okay. D. Okay. It was gonna be an A for a minute there. And our last show. Drum roll. We're almost done, folks. After 2 live sessions, we're finally gonna finish our originals list. The last show is Carol and Tuesday. The show that literally just made all of its popularity based on having rando vocalists that people really like make music for it. And also because Cowboy Bebop writer, so obviously it's gonna be incredible, right? You're watching Carol and Tuesday right now. What is the chances of that? Did you watch our live stream last week and you're like, oh, what's this Carol and Tuesday? It's so good that your parents watch. I can see this totally being a show that you can have, like, family or whatever that don't normally watch anime watch it. They actually made a manga for this. Cool. I think I knew that. Anyways, Carol and Tuesday, I admit, I went into it going, cool, Cowboy Bebop guy, see what he can do. There was another writer involved, wasn't there? Who was the other writer that was involved? Let me see. Because wasn't she involved in Lazarus too? Or at least she was credited. And then she passed away. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Rest in peace. But no, I came into it obviously because of Cowboy Bebop writer. I like the aesthetic of it. Because earlier all they really did show for the trailers was the 2 main characters. It's like most of the trailers were just the 2 of them meeting each other, whatever, hanging out on the bridge. And then I started watching the show. I wasn't sure if I was on board with it early on. Like, I really wasn't getting a vibe. Like, it wasn't clicking for me early. I'm like, okay, yeah, fine. Sure. I think it really did pick up for me when they started really kind of taking it seriously and getting into the competition itself, the competitions themselves were really great. It's very much so anime version of America's Got Talent. And it worked. Like, the music was great. But my favorite character, and I really wasn't expecting this, my favorite character, where is he? It was the AI guy and the other girl. Literally my favorite characters of the show. I thought that whole story was super good. The whole idea of the girl being used by the guy who was writing the music for her or whatever. I thought that whole story bit was super good. Yeah, Andrew stole my time on Precure to watch ranking of anime I watched. Yeah, I think I kind of, what did I put it, like an 8? Yeah, I put it 8. Like, it against, like, all anime, it's like an 8. I think for originals, I think it's an S. It's an easy S. Like, amongst other originals only, because it's an original tier list. It deserves to be up there. Like I should have mentioned that earlier, but yes, technically this is a tier list for originals. Like, there are some up here that aren't going to be, like, of all anime, an S tier. But I think for originals, this is like a must-watch. Like, all of these S tiers, and the A tiers too, are like all must-watch. But like I said earlier, to Sergio Donna, just to make them happy, they're all technically S tier. They're all technically S tier. BS. BS. It turns out to be BS. Does Precure count as originals? I think so, yeah. Right? I don't think there's any source or something built off of it. Unless it's listed as a unless it's listed as a multimedia project, which I don't think so. Yeah, the earlier ones are listed as original. Now rate all 30 Precures. That requires me to actually watch a Precure. I think I don't even think I watched, like, the originals. I don't think I've seen any of the Precures. Not all, just after 2011. Well, thank you so much for making it much easier for me. Thank you so much for making it so much more easier for me. Anyways, we're done. I think I'm happy. It's a good balance. Like, it's very heavily on the C's, of course. Which C's, like, in that area of, it's got a lot of potential. There's something that's kind of holding it back for me. I think is that D? Yeah, that is C. Okay. Okay. Damn it. Stop changing it, Andrew. Stop trying to appease the chat. Okay, yeah. So the C's, again, I think are, like, they're good in their own right, but there's something that's kind of holding it back a lot for me at some point. I don't think I've finished Astronaut now. B is, like, this is there's something in here that's really good, and I think overall it does it well. There may be, like, some nitpick in there that's really holding it back. Like, again, Aquatope, the second half, it didn't work as well, but the first half's incredible. A lot of these are, like, maybe the ending is bad or something like that, but it's still, overall, the journey's good. A, I think, is, like, again, A and S are, like, must-watches. Like, there may be something that holds it back a little bit, but they're just, like, really incredible shows. Again, for those that don't know the cover arts, we have Gatchaman Crowds, Hanaseki Roha, Sharobako, Yuki is a Hero, Angel Beats, Odd Taxi, Do It Yourself, It Invaded, Zombieland Sagas, Terran Resonance. I always want to think of the Japanese name rather than the English name. Terran Resonance, Little Witch Academia. My brain wanted to say My Hero Academia, and I about wanted to punch myself when I was thinking about that. Apocalypse Hotel, Lull in the Sea, Madoka Magica, Death Parade, Punchline, I want to say Lull in the Sea, Sora no Woto, Tsukigagire, Princess Principal, Licorice Recoil, Iron Blood Orphans, Akadama Drive, All Know Is Zero, first season only, Recreators, Place Further in the Universe, and Carol and Tuesday. Gosh dang it. My Witch Academia is goated. I almost said My Hero Academia, and I wanted to punch myself. I wanted to punch myself so hard. I wanted to punch myself so hard. And the Academia part, I'm sorry, it just jumps out. Anyways. That's it. That's it. I actually finished before the top of the hour, which is good, because I have stuff to make and stuff. Princess Principal brand so Lucas Rico could walk. I do kind of wonder if Princess Principal could be... How much better Princess Principal would be if it had as much of a marketing budget as Lucas Recoil. To be perfectly honest, I think the only reason that Lucas Recoil took off as much as it did as an original was because it was so marketed. Like, Aniplex actually put in some major efforts pushing Lucas Recoil. And I love it for that, because I do love it. It caught on. And I wonder if I mean, Princess Principal did have quite a bit of pushing, if I remember correctly. But I don't think as much as Lucas Recoil, obviously. Ricardo says a high S. Yeah, I was putting it low S because I do acknowledge that there's like... the main character kind of sucks. It's not a perfect show. It's not a perfect show. Because MC big boobas and cute girls. I think at least with Princess Principal was much more stacked. Wait, what? Or are you saying it because of Recreators? I love Lucas Recoil, but Princess Principal has much more wrapped up story and just as good. I don't think Lucas Recoil is that deep. Like, Lucas Recoil is much more character focused. It's not really plot focused. Princess Principal feels like it's much more... It's very half and half plot focused. Plot. You think that Lucas Recoil has big booba? No, it doesn't. No, it's not that... it's not that stacked. Yeah, Kojima did a lot for Lucas Recoil. Kojima did a lot for it. I mean, it's not like suddenly... I would say that Kojima brings in... Would have brought in, like, maybe a cup, like, I don't know, what is Kojima's following? Kojima X. What kind of following does he have? 4 million followers. Yeah, that's a bit of a shout out. That's a bit of a shout out. If you have 4 million followers, that's a bit of a shout out. I'm sorry. If you have a tweet by Kojima, that's an advertisement. Like if Aniplex didn't plot that or make contact with him about that, which I'm sure there was probably somebody nudged him that way. Like there's Kojima knows people at Sony. There could have been easily somebody at Sony Aniplex that kind of nudged him a little bit, and he went and checked it out. But if you get a tweet from Kojima, you should better hope that you pay that guy a little bit of money for advertisement. Yeah, and I think that was sort of... Here's the thing, like, no matter what, like, it's not really so much that Kojima tweeted it, is that it resonates with Kojima. It's not simply that Kojima tweeted, because Kojima could post, I had a hamburger, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, that's a massive bonus for Burger Joint, number 55. It's because it resonates with Kojima and his fandom with what type of stuff it is. Like, he sees it and goes, oh, crazy cool espionage, assassins working for the government to take out people. Like, it's him. Like, it's literally him. Guns and you know, espionage. It clicks with him. So it's not just that he tweeted, because he can tweet about anything. It's the fact that he posted about something that works for him and his fandom that absolutely nails it. Yeah, Liquid Coil's thighs. I would say Liquid Coil's more thighs than anything. I do love Liquid Coil's designs. Like, again, that was one of the biggest draws for me, and it was something that even made it better when I found out that Machine was supposed to have the same character designer. I'm like, damn good. This designer's great. So Shidato has the same big sack as Hajime no... Oh, on Gatchaman Crowds. I liked Hajime's design too. I really liked her design too. They have a... I will admit... I mean, granted, Gatchaman Crowds is definitely a different... It's a different, like, design... But yeah, the figures kind of there. they're very similar figures. I don't blame you on that one. That's definitely a commonality there. I mean, Ray's quit of season 2 of Liquid Coil didn't add Metal Gear Ray somehow. What? We have to get the season 2 already. Where is our season 2? It feels like it's taking him way too long. It's taking the new season's taking him way too long. That damn short hurt, dude. Sitting through that short hurt. It was not enough to satiate my Liquid Coil desire. Anyways, I'm gonna call it there. Next week, I don't know what I'm gonna do next week. I kind of wanted to do a... I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I want to do a guess that anime type of thing, where I use the Crunchyroll randomizer and try to guess the show. But I don't know. If something else comes up, I might do also a preview stream. I did it once before where I did a look into the new season coming up and get information for my video/podcast with Chris, where we go through all the trailers and I look at who's working on shows. It would be like a very chill stream, and I might have to do it strictly on Twitch just so I can avoid copyrights with the PVs. But I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, thank you guys so much for dropping by. Thank you guys for helping me through this journey. Thank you so much, Sergio, for not leaving the chat in frustration. But I thank you guys. Until next time, y'all have a good one. Take care.